In the midst of the Gimle battle tournament, I just wanted to put together the 10 most popular Gimle battles ever. Just put them in a big video so you can compare what people view the most and like the most. These are the 10 most popular Gimle battles ever, that is the Battleship versus the Gimle-class. So let's get into this top 10 battle little list and check out the 10 most popular Gimle battle videos ever. So let's see what they are and see if you recognize them all.
This is Saglunes Hagelslag. This is a 2.2 million ship, has a top speed of almost 4 meters per second. So the Hagelslag, she's a pretty quick thing for being this big, yeah. Very nice. And the ship. So let's see what Saglune has cooking. This is a oh, this is a burst flag system. So this is a burst system to take out crams. A simple laser? Why? Maybe to trigger smoke or something. I like the very nice chain structure for the anchors there. Now it tips up and down a little bit because it's moving. Ooh, I don't know about that, but okay. Simple weapons for show, I guess. Maybe some extra detection and stuff too. Also, will always be nice. We seem to have a axe system. Short range pack, interesting. And here we have some little box with a shield trajectory. Okay, so it's a protection and a little bit of EMP. We got some missile interceptors here on the side. We got some tracking turrets. That's a lot of turrets. And then we have the big guns. 500mm, shoots every other second. We have EMP. It says it is not EMP 150 centimeter. No, it is a shape charge. Oh, it has EMP and frag. Okay, I get it. We got some classic hash. And we got some heat also. Alright. And then we have these munition defense black systems as well. So it's an APS build. We got APS systems here for the win. What is this? Ventilation probably. Well, it will be very fun to see how this performs. Now, we have some interiors here to look at, I believe. Or maybe it's just a superstructure. I must say, though, that the superstructure looks really nice. Oh, so here, okay, so here we have a little interior. The interior feels like it's there on some spaces, but not others. Who knows? Anyways, we should be looking at the back front cutter just to see what type of armor we'll have here. We can see we're having a lot of slopes here. So we have metal, then we have alloy. Right, we have some heavy armor slopes there. Right, a lot of airspaces. And we got some era inside of there too. Already I can say that this system will do pretty well against many things, but it's pretty useless against crams. And it's now we don't bring that to the table, and it's pretty useless against plasma. But with the era and this amount of air pockets, it should be pretty decent against anything APS related in terms of, well, you know, heat, hash, frag, AP frag, AP MP. If it doesn't quite penetrate and explode somewhere in there, you know. I think we'll do a little left-right cut too. Whoops, that's up-down. I can't read today. We just see the structure here a little bit. Cool. So we have emergency ejectors, good. Then the turrets will not blow up. If you don't add that, the people that don't add that, one doesn't almost not have to even run the battle, because then one can be pretty sure what will happen. I so much like this superstructure though, it's very nice. Alright then, to battle! Right, here we are. So, it is called the BB29-9P3K Hagelslag. If that matters, I'll just call it the Hagelslag. We got some nice tracers here to make sure we are aiming in on the right spot. I don't think they are not that quick. It's gonna be pretty interesting to see how the Gimle's lambs are dealing with this then. Some got through, some did not. Oh! Many of them are getting through. They have pretty nice health there. Interesting indeed. By the way, don't forget to like the video. That helps others find it too and makes all of us happy. Oh wow, look at that. They are targeting... Oh no, they are targeting their turrets. Look at that cram cannon, it's almost gone. That is so much fire damage. Did I must have missed the incendiary parts. I didn't read about those, obviously. Wow, look at that. Very interesting indeed. Look at that. I'm almost wondering, like, what's up with... Are we playing at, like... What's up with the game speed? I wonder. It's a little bit slow motion. Not a little bit, like a lot bit slow motion. Alright. Whoops. Come on. I want to see those crams. Are they getting through? Oh, they are getting through. Oh, damn. The Hagelslag, she is in the lead. Wow, very interesting. Will it keep the lead? Because if the Gimle's crams are getting through, that's not good times. Look at that. Oh no, we had one getting through. Okay, we're gonna stay here with the Hagelslag a little bit and see how she's doing. Staying on the safe starboard. The Hagelslag, she's a very classic battleship design. It looks like something out of what is it? Warships. World of Warships? I don't know. Anyways. Look at that. Bam! They can deal with those crams. Hagelslag, she is packing quite a Civ's punch there. Gimle is down to 85. Wow. That active defenses are very, very formidable. Quite impressive. I'm not much impressed with the Hagelslag's armor, and it doesn't matter, because the lambs are busy with the incoming APS, and the cram shots don't even reach it. Which is very, very, very good times for the Hagelslag. And Sanglune has made her look very awesome indeed. I do want to see a little bit what's happening with the arqueballistas here. That one bounced. This one didn't bounce though. And this goes straight through, of course. No, it didn't get through on the other side. Well, dealing some deep damage. Alright. We're moving towards shallower water. Oh no, look at that. We had some incoming mortars. Well, they're not so scary though, so. Gimle is at 80%, yes, and the Hagelslag, she is at 92. And she's looking absolutely splendid doing this, so I am definitely hoping that the Hagelslag makes it to the winner's bracket. And there we have another incoming storm. Look at that. Wow. We're firing blanks, how sad. Look at that. The Gimle's weapons. Are the arqueballistas the only system that has the potential to deal any damage right now? Hey, that's that could have been an extremely lucky shot if it hit 1 meter to the side or something. Wow. Alright. Oh no! She is running aground! Oh no! The navigation thinks it's not think it's deep enough. Oh no! That is not good indeed. The AI is easy to set up to avoid things that areas that are too shallow. But in case Sanglune is using, what is it called? Oh no! Look at that! Oh darn! Are you kidding me? Did it slam off its AI compartment or something? I don't. Is the avoidance to not go on shallow waters, is that just not set up correctly, or is the Hagelslag set up using breadboard? Because I've heard it's hard to make a ship maneuver with breadboard and also check for depth in the water. Well, that was a quite unexpected event. The first win goes to the Gimle. Wow. The first win goes indeed to the Gimle. It was about to lose any second, and then the Hagelslag ran over some shallow waters. Oh my god. How unfortunate. Now the first round is over, but we can see the Gimle is desperately trying to dodge the terrain here. This is kind of no. The first round is over, but it's a little bit it's a little bit interesting to see. Oh yes, yes. Yeah, okay. Navigation just dodged that hill. Well, that's nice. Anyways, next round. Right, we're here for round 2. So I lowered the graphics settings a little bit because I felt we didn't need that lag quite. So we'll see how the next rounds are coming in here. The lambs are trying to get rid of them, but man, that's of course quite the impossibility. Seems like the yellow ones are carrying incendiary, right? Or is it the red ones? Who knows? I switched up the locations a little bit, by the way, so that we will not be fighting on the exact same place. Because I felt like it was a little bit of a problem if it has like breadboard maneuver, and it will get ending up on the same place once again. I so much wanna see. I'm locking in here. I want to see what's happening with the Arcoballista. We'll have to in slow motion. Oh, it got deflected. Ah, we have shields here on the side, which is of course something you absolutely should do. Oh, here is one of the diff guns. Are we actually getting a? Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How much luck is that not? Okay. I don't think it got disabled, but it definitely got some pretty bad firing speed now, that's for sure. Back to normal speed. Right. Oh, big hit with one of the crams there. But not too many of the crams actually reach target, do they? Good times for Sagluni indeed. Well, lambs are fighting desperately, that's for sure. Trying and deflect the incoming shots. Oh, wow, this cram cannon is on fire in a very bad way. Oh no, it looks like the Hagelslag tried to invite itself for a barbecue party at the Golden Hall without the permission. That's what it looks like to me. Alright. I think Hagelslag will take it home the second round, but I was pretty surprised last round though. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Right, gonna follow the crams that are not dead yet. Ooh, that was a pretty good hit. Limiting that propulsion. But on the other hand, that fast propulsion was a reason why it died last time, because it ran itself aground at very high speeds. That deals huge damage. The mortars are actually close. I wonder, those packs on the Hagelslag are really tiny. I wonder if they do anything. But I hope she makes it to the winner's bracket, because this thing looks very nice and I want to see more of it. We shall see though. It has lost one battle. So, by that simple assumption, we can of course not assume it will make it. We'll have to assume it probably won't make it, but we'll see. Right, so it seems that the APS systems are a little bit damaged on the Hagelslag. They fire a little bit less often than they used to, I think. That's a mass deflection. Oh wow, okay, we'll need to pause here. What's happening here? Look at that. Look at that. That's so exposed. The AI is very threatened. Okay, that's just one stray shot away. Okay. It is very tense. Okay. Wow, okay. This is... we'll have to sit at the edges of our seats and see how this battle ends. Wow. And as usual, huge thanks to everyone in the ecclesiarchy of GMODISM and our commissioned officers, especially Commodore Owen, Lieutenants and/or Cravey, Parba Greed, Vincent, Veritas, Scoobrox, and Sigsarat. Your continued support, both on the Army of GMODISM, in the officers board and the ecclesiarchy, helps a lot. Alright. It's looking pretty bad for the Gimle, I must say that. And that, look at that. Burst gun, just shooting down incoming cram shells with just a lot of shots. Very impressive indeed. That's a pretty lucky mortar shot. Oh, that one got deflected too. That's so nice. Okay, Hagelslag 89%, Gimle 68%. It's not so far away from despawn territory, to be honest. It all depends on if the Gimle is able to deal enough firepower to eventually turn it around or not. Because it can get a lucky shot with those crams, but I do think that that time is away. Look at that, those defenses work pretty well, and the cram cannons are damaged, so their total health is not what they should be. Wow, okay. $65. And that I didn't get through. Wow. I wonder what these anti-cram cannons cost. I don't know, but I feel like whatever they cost, it's worth the investment. Look at that. They're an absolute game changer. The armor on the Hagelslag can't take a lot, especially not crams. So making sure to shoot down those cram, it's absolutely vital. 64%. Well, it looks like it will be up to the third battle, because the Gimle most definitely will lose this round. Cram shots are not coming in, and it's only some few far between secondary shots that's actually continuing to deal damage to the Hagelslag. And I can't believe the AI. Oh, look at that. That part of the AI is gone. I can't believe the AI has survived for so long. So exposed. Does it stop? No? Well, it's a matter of seconds now. Very nice. By the way, if you want to watch some action in between of the... if you want to... what is it? If you want to watch some action in between of the Gimle battles, we have the GMODIST channel, where we got some very nice little 24/7 entertainment live stream with loads of battle that is just very, very long. It's like several days of content that's just rolling and rolling. So if you tune in anytime, you can see old tournaments, newer tournaments, recent Gimle battles, some unaired Gimle battles maybe, and what more? A lot more. Yeah. There it is official, the despawn territory hath been reached. So we shall now be going to the last and deciding battle. Indeed we shall. Final battle, let's go. Right. We're just gonna have this air perspective a little bit because I want to see those, those burst guns in action. They're just so beautiful. Oh, we're getting into broadside. Alright. Oh, what's happening though? Why are we going so low today? Have we just not gotten... Oh, we haven't gotten up to speed. It has to be something like that, right? We're trying to maneuver to get away from the Gimle's close range. Oh! Not able to react on those crams. Bam! Superstructure is a bit shredded. I think detection is backed up on many other places. One of the most important things one has to think of when making a ship that survives battles like this is to make it redundant. If you have all your detection on the tower, for example, it will probably make be your doom. Redundancy is key. So with the Hagelslag, it has the engine spread out on different places, just like the Gimle. It has many azipods to distribute the thrust, so that we don't have like one main propeller, and if that lost, one is basically dead. That's not good. That's not good redundancy. We got another cram blast coming in there. Clipping some barrels, okay. That turret is a little bit sad now. That is quite interesting. It seems that the sieve stealing capacity of the Hagelslag is indeed now not working as well. That means that the Gimle's crams are gonna get through, isn't it? And if the Gimle's crams get through, who will win? This is a very tense battle. Either of them can win by now. The Hagelslag has some really powerful guns that can absolutely finish off the Gimle, but if she can't shoot down those incoming crams, we're in trouble. We can see some of them are shot down and some are not. Look at that. That has to be paused. Okay, what happened here? The detonator, one of the detonator crams got in here. That's a lot of... Are we having the... Oh, that's just beside the AI. Oh, this is not penetrated. Okay, it's not penetrated. That was so close though. And we have this EMP blast. But it seems to be well EMP insulated. Otherwise, that would have been a kill shot. Alright. Ooh, damn. This is a tense battle. And I'm even routing for the Hagelslag to get it to the winner's bracket. But if it can't manage to get to the winner's bracket, we will at least know that it will do minced meat with the loser's bracket, a lot of it at least, because this is so close. Honestly felt like the Hagelslag was about to win. It won the second battle too, so I mean, yeah, it's very, very formidable. And looks great. Did I mention that? Anyways. We're gonna see how it is with the Gimle a little bit. So we're gonna ride some of these shells to... Oh no, they missed. Well. Gimle is at 80%. Oh wow, oh no, look at that. It was so close, the AI was killed again. So... basically, the Hagelslag and the Gimle, what a hard fight. They almost kill-shotted each other's AIs. Well, this fight is no joke. No joke indeed. I'm a little bit curious where these are aiming. Oh, okay, we're aiming... So we have... Oh, that was just mainly empty space. Well, that just got through. Fun to see, though. Gimle is at 78%, and the Hagelslag, she is at 70%. Wow, okay, this is one of the better battles in a while. I absolutely love when the battles are so even but full of action. And this is just one of those battles. It's so even and it's full of action. Both are redundant, both are shooting, nobody is running away. They are staying and having a proper slugfest. May the best slugger win. Wow, okay. This is amazing. If you haven't liked the video yet, this has to be worth scrolling down 2 steps with a scroll wheel and click on the like. Indeed, don't you think so? The entire empire of GMODISM thinks so, at least. So, you know, should just, you know, GMODISM, just stop it. Anyways, Gimle is at 76%, right? And the Hagelslag is at 66. Wow, okay. This is very interesting. The arquebalistas are trying to have a fun time, it seems. I wanna see what they are doing. What are you doing? We are getting deflected by shields. My shields are good. Look at that. Well, that cannon still actively shoots down incomings. Now the mortars hit again. And that was dangerously close to the AI, was it not? Nah, not that. Seems to be fine still. The firepower has stopped a little bit here. The Saglune is struggling. Saglune is struggling to deal damage here with the Hagelslag. Hagelslag, she is desperately trying to not sink because I see a good bit of active float. Basically up props, which the Gimle uses too. Do you remember that the Gimle uses 100,000 materials, engine power I mean, every continuously to stay at the aesthetically pleasing level? Yeah, well, if you didn't know that, you know that now. And we can also see that, yeah, engine is fine. You can see it's floating at the aesthetically pleasing level. The funny thing is the Gimle actually has slightly better performance if we make it float around, what is it, like 5-ish blocks lower down. The only thing that gets affected in a bad way is like this lamps, and it probably should be removed anyway, that lamp. Got it. 73 versus 60. I think it's all about if these cramshells can hit the mark. You can see they're heavily damaged. Like, these cram shots are so damaged, they're like not dealing much damage at all now. Ooh, that's a nasty strike. And another one, okay. Damn, the Gimle is taking this home. 100%, the Gimle is going to win this. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Saglune. the Hagelslag will be in the loser's bracket. It will very formidable, very even battle. Wow. That was really something. I will say that was one of the best battles in a long while. Very, very tense and interesting. Little intersection. Don't forget to like the video if you are enjoying it, and check out GMODISM.com to find all the support options and all our content and all that stuff. In any case, let's continue with the video to see this little battle. We've had some different battles, some very trying ships, but I don't know, of course, but I'm thinking we have not had a ship battling the Gimle as difficult as this one. This ship is a real beast. I don't know if you recognize it. This is Shipmaster Kent's water-based frontsider. And this beast was the absolute winner of the tournament, of the Beat Ragnarök tournament. So this is an extremely formidable ship, as you might understand. We have had the Brimstone Rain fighting the Gimle, and we've had some other cool designs that you may have seen in other videos. So I would think it would be very interesting to see how the winner of the Beat Ragnarök tournament would deal with the Gimle. Now, I will think that it's a high likelibility that this ship will win, because it's an absolute beast, as said. It's a very scary ship, and like, this is legitimately a super scary build. So yeah, not to spoil you the Ragnarök tournament, but it's been a while, so I guess you've already seen it. But man, this thing won the entire thing, and I'm really scared of this thing. I do think this might indeed win against the Gimle. This is so scary. This is of course an unofficial battle. We've had a lot of unofficial battles. So, as you might understand, because there isn't too many people that are keen on building a decent, nice looking 2.2 million ship that adheres to the rules. Which is the reason why we, of course, are throwing in a lot of the unofficial ships. Also, that we want to see them in action, because some of these ships are so darn cool that we just want to see them fight. In any case, this is interesting. I wonder why it's transparent from one side and not the other. Well, it doesn't have much of interiors, because this is basically a gun, and then someone, Shipmaster Kent, built a ship around it. It's a big gun. So, we have APS, we have ejectors, so it won't go boom like that either. Back here we have another, like, there is like only guns. So yeah, it's a pretty basic, simple setup, and it's pretty deadly too, so it's gonna be very interesting to see this beauty in battle. We of course wanna check out what types of guns it has. Here we have some detection, yes. And this thing uses... It's sabot, I think they're all sabot. And they have a firing speed of something pretty insane too. It's like 400 RPM, sabot shells 200 millimeters, and then we have the center cannon is 400 millimeters, and that's sabots too. They can shoot underwater and everything. Seems the other gun is armor piercing explosive. That's pretty interesting. Wonder where that. Well, anyways, let's get into the battle. There we are. The opponents have spawned in. We have the Gimle. And we have Shipmaster Kent's water-based frontsider in Steel Strider's colors. The winner, the absolute winner of the Gimle, of the Beat Ragnarök tournament, which I didn't participate in, by the way. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. Holy crap! The sound of this thing. Like I've skimmed through some of the Ragnarok tournaments, but I didn't participate in it. I watched the Building the Ragnarok series, but I didn't watch much of the tournament. So some of the designs are a little bit new to me, of course, but I think it's super cool. Look at that! They're just drilling through. This is not a sandblaster. This is like a professional rock thrower. Man, if this aims remotely towards the AI, we're so much doomed. They're just gonna saw through. Oh no. Ooh, look at that. That ain't looking good. Oh man. I'm wondering how the first couple of shells came in here. They just drilled. Oh, look at that laser. Just drilled through a little bit there. There is damage. Okay, continue. Alright. The water-based frontsider is at 97%. The Gimle is at 95%. It's in the lead. Man. Look. Do you hear this? We can't see anything from the gun smoke. It sounds so darn much. It's trying to flank. Man, it's trying to flank the Gimle. It doesn't seem to have defenses. It's like, I don't care about your crams. I'm just going to insert like a combined, what is it? 8. What is the middle one? I don't remember the RPM of the middle one. It's like probably... It's definitely over 1,000. Man, I think it's basically 2,000 RPM. Crap of sabots and stuff mixed. Oh, those crams miss. We can't really afford missing that. The Gimle is at 91%. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is scary. Man, this armor is thick here. Cram usually easily gets through. Oh, yes, look at that. We're touching APS components. Where are we drilling now? If it tries to drill at the AI compartment, this battle is over. Gimle is at 89%. This is at the water-based frontsider is at 92. The AI is obviously a weak point of the Gimle. We'll need to pause to be able to see around here. It needs to be re-armored here. Just took a little scratch, that's all fine. Man, it's just eating through here. Where are we eating now? We're eating here. Alright. We're shedding blocks like raw material containers. That ain't good. Man, I wonder if this has some kind of... If this has some kind of saw-through motion, that would be very good for it. Oh man. This cram is looking real sad. Did it even fire? Yes. Apparently it can still fire. Thanks for redundancy of those 3D Tetris. Now we can't really afford missing these crams. Gimle is at 85 now. And the water-based frontsider's rate of fire hasn't changed. So, frankly, this isn't looking very good right now. Oh, but that's a good shot. That's a good shot. Man. The thunderstorm. That is the water-based frontsider. This is loud, man. Crams are popping in here. 84 versus 88. Are you kidding me? Do we have a chance? Do we have a chance of beating the winner of the Ragnarok tournament? Now I'm getting excited. Ooh. Now I am getting excited. Oh. There we go. Man. crams keep popping in here, but they're not detonating where I want. We have 83 versus 86. I don't know if these guns... Oh, wait, what? Where did the guns go? Ew. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm starting to suspect that our laser has zapped away those barrels. This took a turn. This battle took a turn. Let's see if we can find these barrels at all. No, I think they're gone. I think they're gone. Oh, that's a good hit too. Well, we're gonna chill a little bit just to see that it doesn't come out with some weird hidden weapon or something. Who knows? Well, it's down to 78 and it hasn't fired a single shot in all this time. So I will think we need to conclude that the weapons of the water-based frontsider is actually down. So I'm a little bit excited, but the Gimle has a chance of winning this. However, if for the next round the water-based frontsider aims remotely near the AI compartment of the Gimle, it's gonna be over. So it depends a lot on where the water-based frontsider will be aiming. So yeah. That said, let's start the second round, best of 3. Round 2, here we go. So, we're gonna stay here with the Gimle just to see what's happening. We can see it's really... those shots are really drilling holes here, man. That ain't looking too good. I think our lambs are trying to take him out, but that's just, like, useless. Oh man, of course we can't take out cobblestone blaster sabots popping in here. This is like cobblestones. This is a cobblestone blaster, not the sand blaster, not the gravel blaster. Whew. Does this even live? Maybe it actually does. That's weird. Glad we have our shields. If we didn't have our shields, we'd be in more trouble. Well, the water-based frontsider is taking the lead at the start, just like the previous battle. It hasn't been aiming for the AI compartment yet, which makes me very happy. Lambs are fighting in vain. They're targeting cram cannons, which ain't good for us, of course, but since they don't deal too much interior damage to the crams, it seems that even though they've taken a few seconds of fire, the crams are not rendered useless, unless those shots come into the turret head, of course. Shipmaster Kent's still in the lead. Oh, they're just killing those mini turrets. The glorious battles. I must say, I'm very curious on what's going on with the sniper cannons. I wanna follow one of these. Okay. In 0.1 speed. Oh, okay. Yeah, they actually don't penetrate, but they're darn close penetrating. Yeah, I bet that setup, that armor is probably calculated to be able to withstand most sabot shells. Like a single shot of those sabot shell, I think that's the limit of that armor, that it will protect against any sabot shell in the game. That's probably it. The Gimle is down to 90%, this ain't good. And the laser doesn't seem to be doing much this time. So they're thundering on here. A cacophony of death. Or something like that. Sounds dramatic. It's dealing damage. Oh lord. Alright, it's just keeping firing. Did it shoot against the AI here? No, not a scratch it seems. Is our lambs too busy trying to deal with those sabot rounds? Man, I can't believe this turret is somehow still alive. So yeah, our lambs are busy with trying to deal with those sabots, so our laser doesn't blast very much. Gimle is at 85%, then 84. Not good. Look, we can see through it here a lot. The front-based the water-based front-sider, she's still at 90%, so got a 7% lead. Well, this is pretty tense. I wanna win this one. Would be super cool to win against the winner of the Beta Ragnarök tournament. That would be a real glorious feat, I would say. Alright. It's thundering on. Those guns ain't dead yet. Oh, that's a pretty nice hit though. Can we cut off these barrels, please? Man, that's some heavy armor there. Not removed easily. It's like so loud you can't hear the music. At least our laser starts helping now. That probably means that not as many shells reach the Gimle. Let's see here. Bottom. They're just blasting through here. Many of them bounce on the shield. That's very good for us, but man, they're taking out those crams. If we get out, if we're getting out of crams, oh, how does this still work? It shoot. That must, man, look at that. This must be shooting blanks by now. Oh, wait. No, it snakes there. Is it? I think it's... No. It's connected there. Ah, I think it shoot blank. Well, kinda didn't die, almost. About losing a turret. Gimle's down to 74. That ain't good. Look at that. That turret got cut in half like that. If he just aims for the AI, the water-based front-sider is winning this. Very scary. Oh. Will our crams finally start hitting here a little bit? That's just fluff. He provides some decent bulk, so that's good. It's good to have bulk. We're aiming those lasers and stuff just at the wrong area. Come on. Packs popping in there. 70%. Gimle's down to 70%. We have to shoot off these barrels or we're doomed. Uh-oh. Do I see a damaged AI compartment? Oh man, we're seeing a damaged AI compartment. Look at that. How are those not... We have damage here, we have damage here. But... is it taken out? Oh, it's still shooting. So, it seems that neither of our AI block per se has been taken out, which is good, but the Gimle's health is down to 66%. Man, it's looking like the water-based frontsider is taking home this round. It's at 85% and it's just continuing to fire. We were not lucky to take out the barrels this time, so it's looking like it's gonna be hard winning this one. 65%, we're like dropping. These two guns are pretty darn intact. Many of the crams seem to not be doing that much damage anymore. Oh no. We're down to 64%. Oh man. It's all about where they're aiming. Whoa, that one jumped off. That's some fast guns. Is our sniper cannon shooting anything important, I wonder? Is it shooting? Is it shooting is a good question, and the answer to that question was yes. Ah, it doesn't quite get there. Hoping for the mortars to help out with some hollow point damage of those barrels. We're down to 62%. Ah, why are we shooting at the edges? Doesn't matter. We have so few cram cannons left, I believe. We can't really afford to lose at this point. Bam! This is like an APS laser. Look at that. The AI is exposed, just chilling around here. This is a scary angle, isn't it? Oh no, shots come here. If shots are coming this way... Oh, 59%. Oh, we're targeting the AI. Aren't we? We were targeting... Man, that's scary. 59%. Shipmaster Kent's water-based frontsider is at 84. The lambs are in vain trying to target those blocks, and that doesn't help very much, does it? All our anti-munition systems, basically, all our diff rods and our interceptors, they're completely useless in this particular challenge. It just keeps on pounding on. Bam. Very scary. Very scary indeed. Okay. 52. Oh no. The Gimle is despawning. The Gimle has officially lost the second round. Oh my lord. This is a little bit too exciting. It's up to be decided with the third battle. Whew. The water-based frontsider is no joke, man. Whew. This is 2x. I would have hoped that the Gimle would have won the second battle, so I didn't need to worry, but no. Surprise, surprise. The winner of the Ragnarok tournament is a strong contestant. Who would have thought? So yeah. Next round it is. Alright, final round. We're here with the water-based frontsider. I wanna see if these crams are hitting or not. Oh no, they're missing. We are strafing hard here. We're strafing hard. I think our snipers, in all honor, but they shoot through most ships. This is not one of the ships they will be able to shoot through at all. Oh, and it's so scary if the water-based frontsider is targeting our AI. We'll just be very dead. Alright. Now the main gun comes along again. Oh no, it looks like we're aiming towards the air compartment. This ain't good. We wanna see where those go. Oh no, we're aiming up in the air. Okay. Whoa. Crams come in. Oh, nice hit in the front. But the barrels are untouched. Almost. We're lasing the front here with the Vigolettas, but man, it's basically an APS slugfest right now. Oh yes, 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 come in there. Deal damage to the APS system. Now this is just a big gun that floats. If we're able to damage it now, it only 2% of its health are gone. That ain't good for us. You can see how little damage this did because it hit in the end. Oh no. Come on now. Let's see her. It would be nice in this case, in this particular case. I don't think our lamps are protecting us very much at all against these kinetic shells, so it would be nice if the laser would be just trying to deal with it would be nice if the lamps were not doing anything and that the laser were dealing damage instead. It's really keeping up the strafing action here, man. Why do we miss so many crams? That's bad. The decoy crams seem to be hitting well, but the proper cram seems to not be. Okay. I hope all our crams are not like damaged. Bam. What's going on here? All three guns seems to be intact. Gimle's down to 88 percentages. And we just keep missing with our crams. I don't know what's up with I wonder if maybe our targeting has been damaged or something. Or it's just strafing in an erratic way so that we can't, like, guess where we're going. Who knows? Wait, and we need to check its movement. Is it possible it tries to... It seems to be strafing back and forth. Alright. Oh, that bounced. Oh no, we're missing so many shots. 86. The water-based frontsider is still at 94 percentages. This is a truly terrifying opponent. Man. We're really trying to strafe back and forth here. Our lasers are not getting in on the action. That was finally a decent hit. No, it didn't seem to actually hit anything important. Man. These strafing motions are so smart. Bulk and strafe, that's a good combo. Oh, it kinda hit something, but we need to take out those barrels. How hard can it be? Look, we got our laser popping in for 1 sec. All three guns are still online. This is so bad. 76 percentages. Oh no. Will the Gimle get a proper loss in this battle here? It really looks like it. The water-based frontsider is still at 92 percentages. Oh wow. The only thing we can hope for is to get a lucky cram shot. A lucky cram hit that actually deals damage and just not scratches the surface thanks to the strafing motion. And our laser is just not doing anything. We have lost the turret in the back here. This turret is ish working. This one is completely offline, right? This one is kind of offline. No? The AI compartment for once isn't wrecked. Guess it just hasn't been targeted yet. I suppose our snipers are not doing much. Wow, we seriously need this laser to stop lambing. If I upgrade the Gimle, I think I will set the lambs to much shorter distance. Because most of the time I don't think it's really worth it. Oh no, now we rode the wrong shell. 69. The Gimle is at 69 in health. And the water-based frontsider is at 90. This seems to be truly unstoppable. You have to be immensely lucky to be able to get a hit on those barrels in order to actually take out this big gun. This is, as said, a big gun. Oh, come on. No, it didn't take it out. It's still firing. Man, that's completely insane. %, yes, indeed. Well, at least we know that the Gimle can beat the water-based frontsider. In the best of worlds, it has happened once in this little battle, but the two other battles were at 63% and the water-based frontsider is still at almost 90. This ship is just handing Gimle its own ass very neatly. On a silver platter that's called sabot. I don't think our packs are doing much here. I'm just surprised my little Vigoletta marksman is still online here. If it only would have shot at these barrels instead. We're getting hits, but man, the hits are just not taking out the barrels like we want them to. And the strafing motion on the water-based frontsiders, it's truly impressive. But it's a very sad day for the Gimle, man. Water-based frontsider, not a joke. Winner of the Ragnarok tournament, and I can understand why. This is nothing compared to some of the other ships we tried from there, like the Brimstone Rain, which you definitely should check out the battles with. Asymmetry 2, I think, was from there. It's on the workshop. Those ships, all the unofficial submissions, except one, I think, are on the workshop. 56%. We're so close to the spawning. It's not even funny. This is very official. The Gimle is at 55. It will not be able to take this thing out. It only brought it down to 87%. You can see we're slowly-ish getting through here, but for some reason our laser decided to not play along this time. Which means that, well, we ain't dealing enough damage. Oh, there it goes. The Gimle won one battle, but lost two. So this battle, the win actually goes to Shipmaster Kent's water-based frontsider, winner of the Ragnarok tournament. I would have, or I thought it would win when I started this battle, but I got my hopes up when we won one battle. Man, that was a pretty intense battle. I do hope you have enjoyed it, and GG, Shipmaster Kent's a real professional builder. The water-based frontsider is not a joke, man. Wow. Anyways, huge thanks to all our YouTube members and commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM for supporting the channel every month. This is the Gimle facing a glorious, not very glorious, a fatal defeat. But at least it's not a official battle, because the water-based frontsider utilizes forbidden stuff, like water pumps, which would save us hundreds of thousands of engine power per second. Here we are with Star Reaches, Submission, Project 24711, or Arc Lance class. I suppose that Arc Lance class, or Arc Lance, is the thing we should go with. But I kind of feel like I committed a little bit to Project 24711. 24711? Is that a joke? Anyways, we have basically 2.2 million mats. We have only 27,000 blocks. That's so low. That's crazy. And we have a firepower that is quite a bit higher than the GMODISM Empire Gimle-class battleship. In any case, low block count, very interesting indeed. So I suppose we should be checking this thing out a little bit, and if you don't know what the cutaway menu is, you better have a normal keyboard so you can click the end key. Because the end key will give you this. Right, so what has Star Reach made here, I wonder? Very interesting indeed. This is a laser. I hope it doesn't have a failsafe. If this laser has a failsafe, it won't even shoot. Alright, it is a big laser. And that laser is connected up with this laser combiner. And this laser combiner is controlled by this all-in-one weapon controller. Oh my god, the failsafe is actually active. You know, when you have deck-mounted or like hull-mounted lasers and weapons in general, it can be a good idea to turn off the failsafe, because if you have that failsafe online, if your barrel gets damaged, you will not shoot. And even though you might damage a few blocks in the front of your ship, maybe, I don't know, 100 blocks, who knows, who cares, it doesn't matter. But we'll see how it performs in combat. My analysis says nothing at all. Here we have laser pumps. This is the laser system. Here we have engines, and here we have a APS system as well. Strike and pound the enemy with hellfire. Well, I like that. That sounds like a good idea. So, frag, arm AP frag. All right. Some stabilized AP frag. Pretty interesting indeed. Well, in any case, I think we should turn off this thing here and do the front back cutter. This is obviously gonna be a front sider. In the middle here we have the laser. A red tube like that. No, pink tube, I mean. And here we have some railgun systems. Pretty interesting. And I don't quite see the exit ports of these railgun systems. Here we have some auxiliary packs. Pretty interesting. Oh, that has to be investigated here. Are we having... Don't tell me we're having a case of hidden jet engines, right? Oh no, these jet engines are here, alright. And we just added some mimic blocks on top of it to make it look cooler. Isn't this... This looks like... Why do we have plasma parts here? This is weird. Well, it's looking cool and all. We will be looking and seeing if we can have some interiors in here. So it's obvious we used some proper ducting and or mimics to cover it up. So that's very nice. In any case, we will be checking out the interiors of this thing. Now, Starreach is actually a Matros 3rd class in the army of GMODISM. If you want to be a commissioned officer and support the channel every month, like Lieutenant Anto, Cravey, Parbagreed, Vincent Verita, Scooby Rocks, and Zigzadehot, and Commodore Owen, and all our cadets, well, you're very welcome. But if you don't have the space to support the GMODISM channels right now and just want to be a enlisted person in the army of GMODISM, you can enlist for free by self-assigning the role Matros 3rd class in our Discord, just like Starreach has done, which is the builder of the project 24/7/11 or Clans class. Alright, this is decorations, right? It feels like there is quite some bit of decorations here. Oh, look at that! Interceptors with fins. I kind of like that we can walk around on top of the craft like this. It reminds me a lot of the Gimle. No, it reminds me a lot more of the Sheriff class, actually. If you haven't seen the Sheriff class, you should check out the battle between the Sheriff and the Sheriff and the Gimle class. That's a pretty epic battle. Sheriff is pretty much more expensive, but whatever. Anyways, we have a lot of armor going on here, and we should be getting into the battle and see how this supposedly frontsider will be dealing with the Gimle. Now, the only thing I'm wondering is, what are these? EMP? A rally? You didn't think I protected myself properly from EMP? You know, it can also be that Starreach, Matros 3rd class Starreach thought that it would be a good idea to be able to take on some enemies in case it wins over the Gimle too. Nevertheless, one thing I want to add is that if you want to have interceptors that deal with incoming cramshells, you should 100% use turning thrusters instead of fins. And if you want to have some ideas of setting that up, check out my instant tutorials or our empirical testing videos, where we actually come up with the best way to configure these interceptors. Here we are inside of the first battle. Let's get this battle rolling. What's happening here? Oh my god, we are so much spamming shots here. Whoa, these are some quick ones. We barely were able to see them. Wow, they're just yeeting into the Gimle's proximity here. They should have blown up on it probably. Anyways, I spawned the project 24/7/11 at a nice round number of 69 meters. It seems to be doing fine. It's definitely doing some serious maneuvers to try to avoid these clamshells. This is very exhilarating battle. Oh damn! The project 24/7/11 is going to the Gimle's left side, which, if you have watched my dictionary video that explains every hard word in From the Depth, is of course the port. So the Gimle's port side is very weak and the Gimle's starboard side is very strong. And getting onto the Gimle's port side is so smart. That definitely gives a super advantage. Look at these little devils popping in here. Each one of them. Oh my god, look at this. This is the AI. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing a targeting of the AI of the Gimle. This is very scary, if I can say so myself. Your Lord High Admiral Eric of the Army of GMODISM shakes in his sneakers. Well, in any case, this is super scary. You can see this area is just getting totally blown up. We have fires all over the place here due to probably destroyed boilers. Oh my god, this is not looking good. The project 24/7/11 is at 99.6%. Well, we're going to crank up the speed a little bit here and see what's popping. Oh my god, this is so scary. How can it even target the AI? This is absolutely insane. Right, so we're gonna see if the Gimle has anything packing to take this victory home. I'm hoping that the Arcobalicta Invictus systems going on right here could be able to turn the tides of the battle, but due to the Gimle being at the 87%, I think the likelihood of that happening is pretty low. But we are going to follow. Oh my god, that's just such a miss. How can we miss this bad? So it looks like the Gimle's only redeeming factor might be the laser system, which is getting confused by the lambs. Oh, and as I said that, we got a major hit with a cram cannon. However, Project 24/7/11 is still, she's still at 97.3%. This is a big lead for the Arklans class. I think I kind of committed to Project 24/7/11, but Arklans class should probably be more correct, right? This is the Gimle-class, as you'll know. Army of GMODISM BB Gimle-class battleship. If you want to know a little bit more about our ship classifications in the Army of GMODISM, you should check out our dictionary video, which goes through a lot of common From the Depth community acronyms and words, which you should probably know. And if you check that video out in the comments, I know this is a little bit weird and it's a little bit long, but if you check out the pinned comments of that video, I have the full rules, because the full rules, the full text that describes all of the different words is more than 5,000 characters, I think. Or I think it's more than 10,000 characters, which means I couldn't fit them in a YouTube description, but I could fit them in a YouTube comment. So, in the pinned comment on the dictionary video, I have the Army of GMODISM's classes, or classifications, and how to name vessels, basically. So AOG is of course Army of GMODISM, BB stands for Hull Classification Battleship, and Gimle-class is the class of the ship, and then we just have a battleship later on for clarification. Now, if we would have spawned the Army of GMODISM Gimle-class inside a campaign or something like that, we would probably had selected a proper name for it. Like Army of GMODISM BB Gimle-class something something, a name. In any case, Gimle is down to 75 percentages, and the project 24/7/11 is at 96.7 percentages. Oh my god. Star Reach, our Matrus 3rd class, is doing a pretty good job, that has to be said. It looks like our little diff gun is trying to target. Well, I'm just wondering, it's bobbing up and down in a very nice manner. I'm just wondering if our Arcuballista Invictus is able to hit this thing, or if it is maneuverable and bobbing up and down in such a way that it doesn't even have a chance. I don't know. But we're gonna check out this shell in slow motion. Oh, damn, look at that. Oh, wow, okay. That's a bounce. Smart to have shields, am I right? So, the Gimle's weapon seems to not be able to target this right now. We have a serious case of, is that just under 500 millimeters? I don't know. I have a sound video that goes through all of the different sounds of the different APS calibers. It actually goes through all of the different sounds that the APS Advanced Projectile System can even make. So if you want to know all of the sounds the APS system can make, well, I already made a video. Isn't that nice? It heavily looks like the Gimle-class is going to hard lose this first battle. Look at this poor thing. It is sinking. It is absolutely sinking. It seems to have been losing the forward propulsion. We're at 66 percentages. Only 5 minutes in to the in-game time. That is quite insane. Look at that. Not many engine blocks left. Looking like a very sad day. Yeah, okay, the Project 24/7/11 is definitely gonna take this home. Arclance class seems to be pretty hardcore much victorious over the Gimle-class battleship. By the way, if you think that we have too little action on this channel, if you haven't done that yet, you should absolutely check out our GMODISM channel, which will be a little link on the end screen, so that you can get some 24/7 entertainment, which I have on a little live stream thing from a little extra computer that is running from my home 24/7 in my closet, basically. So yeah, take the chance and watch that several days loop of pretty cool content. If you have perhaps not watched all our different tournaments and battles, you will see them. Also, actually right now there is some Gimle battles you haven't seen there. So if you're lucky, you can tune in and watch them. Yeah. And if you want to watch all of the Gimle battles directly when I upload them and not wait for my schedule, you should join the channel as a member, which means you are in the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM. Anyways, this thing is super dead. Do we have a tiny cram cannon? Oh, I see. Look at that. Our main AI was taken out. That means our auxiliary and we have some kind of auxiliary AI somewhere around here. It should be somewhere. Oh man. Anyways, I suppose that's the thing that's controlling it now. But it's like 1% from despawn. Unless something weird happens, see you in the next battle. Alright, we are here for the second battle. We're super gonna tune in to what's happening here. So, the Project 24-711 by Matrul's third class Star Reach is fighting very valiantly. It's such a long boy, look at that. Not as long as the Gimle, I think. Not that that matters, but whatever. Anyways, we are definitely sitting here on the 24-711 and we're going over to Gimle's weak side. I think this is programmed to do this because this is a very smart strategy. Now it looks though it's burning a little bit here on the Project 24-711. It's gonna be highly interesting to see if this damage dealing will continue or if it was just a lucky shot. Because they were barely dodging these cram shells. And when we're getting to the right angle here, which the Project 24-711 is doing, are we gonna run into this cram shell? Oh damn, that bounced off the shields. That's so lucky. Wow, okay. I feel like the Gimle's lasers should probably be busy with I don't know, shooting at the Project 24-711, but whatever. I suppose these guns are built to keep them busy too, which is a pretty smart idea. That's a smart tactic. The Gimle is down to 84%. Oh damn. And the Project 24-711 still at 99%. I don't really think the Gimle-class will be able to take this home, man. Look at that. At least our feast seems to be somewhat untouched. Oh. Our Arcuballista systems in the front here, both of them are taken out, which is really bad times for the Gimle, because those were our only hope of scoring a lucky victory. These cram shells has to be extremely lucky to hit a target, because it's bobbing up and down like this. It's following a sine curve, and of course we can't predict that. We also can't use our defensive anti-missile missiles or our diff gun flak sieves systems to do anything, because the Project 24-711 hasn't brought anything that we can defend against, which is of course a very smart strategy. Look at that. Well, by this point it is really looking like the Gimle-class is going to lose this battle, because it really looks like the Arc-Lance class from Star Reach is going to take this home. Man, 65%, it just kills the Gimle, it just avoids all of the main damage types, which is absolutely amazing. And oh damn, look at that, we have already tried to scratch the AI with some pretty heavy fragments. So yeah, we can definitely not do much more than congratulate Matrul's third class Star Reach for putting together such a formidable opponent to the Gimle. I definitely feel like proximity detonation cramshells would have been an epic idea. Because of course all of our cramshells just doesn't hit. That's a big problem. I don't know what these packs are doing though. I feel like we have some pretty good EMP insulation, so I don't think they'll be doing much. Well, the Gimle is despawning, which means that Storage Itch is the victor of this little battle. In any case, I think we should, we'll have to have a little extra battle here, just to see, can the Project 24/711 take out 2 Gimles? Well, we're here with the next little battle. We are just putting 2 Army of GMODISM Battleship Gimle-class against the Project 24/711 Arc-Lance class, just to see if she can deal with us. So let's see what's happening basically. It's gonna be very interesting to see what the Project 24/711 is going to turn against. The Arc-Lance class is a super cool frontsider. It does deal some serious damage, that has to be said, but I'm wondering, the Gimle's lasers are pretty hardcore. Can it really deal with 2 of them? That would be absolutely amazing. But since we need to just see what's happening, I think that's a super fun thing to try out. I will be very surprised if the Arc-Lance class is able to kill 2 Gimles. But who knows? It looks a little bit sad now, but it's also a very effective killer of the Gimle, it has proven to be. And for once, I don't think it's luck. The Project 24/711 just doesn't utilize luck to win these battles, so I think it's just well tuned, well designed, and well equipped to deal with a Gimle in specific. And let me tell you something, when we're going to the future battles, even if it's in the losers bracket or if it's in the winners bracket, I think we will be quite surprised with the results. And as you just saw a few seconds ago, minutes, I don't know, you saw some links or some graphics indicating our Twitch channel. The losers bracket will definitely be on the Twitch, held live, and probably the winners bracket too. So you should definitely tune into that. So make sure you're following the GMODISM Empire on our live broadcasting solutions. Yes, indeed. Also, do check out our GMODISM channel, because on the GMODISM channel, as said, we got some very nice 24/7 entertainment live streams, several days of content. Nevertheless, the Project 24/711, well, Matros 3rd class put together a magnificent design, and it's definitely going to the winner's bracket. But, as expected, the Project 24/711 or Arc-Lance class, whatever we want to call it, can't defeat 2 Gimle-class battleships. That is just too much. However, it does a little bit of a revenge collide. Oh, damn. Well, shit happens, I guess. Look at that. This is a little bit funny. This is a little bit funny. The Gimle's broadside cannons... No, not broadside cannons. The Gimle's main battery is being able to hit the Project 24/711 because it's so darn close. Well, it's gonna die, of course, but it was fun while it lasted.
This is just a friendly reminder to like the video. Let's continue with the video.
This time, Project Broadsword from Scrubbus is going to meet the Gimle. Will it meet its destiny, or will it create a new destiny by, I don't know, bisecting the Gimle as you do with a broadsword? This truly looks like a bastard sword. Really big, really thick, really clunky, and very utilitarian. I would love to see some paint slapped on it, even though if it's just another shade of grey. Anyways, otherwise it's looking very intimidating. And you might think these are cram cannons. You're wrong. They are APS. All of them are APS. It's APS. And that's Advanced Projectile System if you're old. Also known as advanced cannons. In any case, let the battle begin. We really got some packed shots here, man. Alright. It's like launching shells like an archer. What do we have here? We have frag heads, fragmentation, warheads, emergency ejection defuses, and not 100% of the last back part. Maybe it's a timed detonation thing? No, it's not. So, we are raining down fragmentation. The Gimle's lamb is trying to kill some of them, why I almost thought it was some kind of time fuse. But you can see we are trying to just overwhelm the Gimle with a lot of fragmentations, which is probably a really good strategy. Now, I wonder though, we're keeping the Gimle's lasers offline due to the laser trying to shoot these shells down. That's a really good strategy from the Project Broadsword. We can see they are digging through. Gimle has pretty light armor. Thankfully we have a layer of era, making, not that it makes big difference, but whatever. How is it looking on the Project Broadsword? It is in the lead, material-wise. It has a lot of hydrofoil. No, not hydrofoil. Yes, hydrofoils. By using these rudders here. And it has jet engines and azipods spammed all over the place. Now we need to pause and see if this... No, these cram shells grazed right on top of it. A very good luck from the Project Broadsword, unless it may actually be moving up and down to dodge the enemies. I don't know if the Gimle is just very lucky with the weather, or if this is the Project Broadsword's natural movement pattern. Here we got one explosion with cram, however, but I think that might have been a decoy cram. Man, Gimle is down to 87%. It's getting absolutely shredded with frags. Man, we don't have much barrels left for most of those cram cannons. Good we are at close range for the Gimle, because otherwise it would have no chance of survival. We are going to see though if it has a chance of survival or not. And I think we should be doing that by following this cram shell, because I do believe this is a hit. It is not a hit. However, its friend... That's the friend. That's it. But it didn't do much damage. It detonated in an area where there is not much to kill. Bam! These shells are just flying in here and they're really keeping the Gimle's lasers busy. Well, this is one of those ultimate APS vs cram showdown. The crams are of course shedding off a lot of armor, but man, look at this. This is so much spaced and thick armor to really protect itself against those cram shells. Look like the Project Broadsword, being pretty fast as well, are going to go back on the back side of the Gimle here. Seems to be really hard to disable these guns. I just love this little radar tracker decoy looking and rotating up there. It just adds so much. 70%. It's looking pretty bad for the Gimle. Here we had, of course, a lot of fuel, which has started to burn after the update. I do believe the Gimle is probably having more than one internal fire. Ooh, I think they're aiming for the AI area. That is crazy. Only 2 minutes in the battle, and the Gimle is looking pretty darn sad. Where did we even hit with the pack? I didn't see that. Alright. It doesn't do much of an attempt at even targeting the crams, but it doesn't matter much. Keeping the laser offline is doing a pretty good job itself, but now it seems that we got one turret. Its detections is off. It's really crammed with APS turrets here, it's crazy. I wonder if we're getting even the mortars popping down or not. The thunderous sound of 500mm, I think it is. If I know my APS sounds. Wondering, like, does this do any damage? No, we have so thick armor here. Even though it penetrates a bit, it's aiming the wrong places. We really need to be super lucky in order to take out these turrets, because we are well armored here. We're super well armored. And the broadsword is a two-sider, so I do think it will switch its side towards the enemy if it is too damaged too. It almost looks like the Gimle's crams are not penetrating deep enough, which is very rare. Look at that damage, man. The AI is about the only thing that's not dead. Our cram cannons just can't reach it. The broadsword has been able to move behind the Gimle, which is absolutely genius. That is fantastic. The cram cannons, they're trying as hard as they can, but not even a third of the broadsword's cannon seems to be disabled yet. Yeah, that's a good punch for some good old gunpowder-based frag. 59%. Gimle is dying. We are behind in health a lot, and we are even getting stalked from behind by the broadsword, which is trying to cut off our rear by now. It even aims for the general AI area. Oh, you can see here. We got an internal explosion. The engine started to burn, which means explosion in like very few seconds. It's looking bleak for the Gimle, at least the first round. We'll see if this changes the upcoming round. Or not. We didn't get the explosion I promised. Well. Anyways, the Gimle lost, so let's move on to the next round. There we have it. Round 2, let's go. We're gonna stay with the initial swarm here, just to see what happens. Unfortunately, the Gimle can't use its diff flags to take these out. But the initial swarm is of course dealt with by the lambs, but man, that material is better spent on the laser. Against the Project Broadsword, I believe that having lambs is a really bad thing. Both of the shots bounced off. Are you kidding me? That's some good luck for the broadsword there. its extreme speed and agility just makes sure. Oh, though, that's one turret going down. Those have really thin turret necks here. I do believe it depends a lot on where and how the crams hit. I think it looks like the Project Broadsword is aiming on specific points for a long time, so it's a lot up to if it's aiming at a place that makes a big difference or not. Another shell bounced. We probably have shields on this thing, maybe? Not sure, I can't see them. Oh yes, now I saw them. We have shields, deflecting shots. Good choice from the broadsword. Bad news for the Gimle, of course. Pretty good hit with that cram shell. But there are so many turrets. We'll have to hit a lot of really good shells to not die. Yeah. Even though we're hitting a lot of good shots, there are so many other cram shells missing and so many turrets surviving. Oh, that's one turret down though. I jinxed it. With not the laser helping here, it's a really bad news for the Gimle. It really needs its lasers. Just not worth it to spend it on taking out those fragmentation rounds popping in here. Wow. They are so close of starting a fire here. The broadsword is down to 87%. Looks like we landed a good hit here, because now another turret is missing. The shells keep popping in, but too many turrets are still alive. Now the broadsword is aiming for the superstructure, which might be a good thing for it, because I think if it can take down the tracking turret, the Gimle's accuracy will be worse. But of course, shooting at the cram turrets is probably a better idea anyways. I wanna see what the Arquebalista Invictus can do. Oh. Now we kind of lost it, but it won't... Maybe it died here. I think it died here. Well, didn't reach anything important, it seems like. But the Gimle is down to 78%. So it's looking like the broadsword has a good chance of winning this. Man, those mortar crams almost thought they would pop in to save the day. But alas, they will not. It's only 10% difference. Yeah, it depends a lot on lucky shots. But I do really think that the Project Broadsword is probably gonna win this. You can see it's pounding on happily still. And the Gimle is only landing the occasional cram shot now, because I do believe that basically all of its cram systems are pretty much very damaged by now. Look at that. Can't believe this cram is still firing. 3D cram, yay. Divigoletta is still blasting on. It's a good fighter. This cram is completely out of its range. Gimle is still pretty quick, but man, it's a good idea of the broadsword of trying to be behind it. If it's trying, but it looks like it's trying to do that. I think the Arquebalista system shot some blocks underwater, because do remember that those snipers is shooting mostly for blocks underwater. So the broadsword is actually not keeping a lot of its bulk underwater, which might be a problem when it comes to fire, but it already solved the laser situation, so it's fine for it. However, yeah, 67% versus 81%. The broadsword looked a little bit weak a little time ago, but the back turrets are just continuously pounding on, and Gimle's front crams are not really in range. Those missed also. We're looking pretty strong from the back here. It indeed looks like the Gimle is probably not going to win this, which would land the Project Broadsword in the winner's bracket if it wins this battle. Very interesting indeed. Oh, almost looked like that mortar hit somehow. Here we have a cram shot that is... That's a decoy cram, I believe, because that was easily taken out. Or our crams are just so damaged by now. Now that this pack turret is still somehow online. Wow, the Project Broadsword is really providing some good continuous frag damage firepower there. Frag damage is pure and strong. Can definitely be relied upon. A very good bulky design. Most of the crams are detonated in an area where it doesn't matter so much. And this back array of turret is absolutely saving the day. For the broadsword, or destroying the day for the Gimle. She's a very sad ship at this point. But it is a fair and strong fight. Look at it. We don't have a golden hole to sit in. We have the roof though, that's something. And now we're just shooting at useless blocks. $60 versus 76 percentages. I will be very surprised if the Gimle manages to win the second round. But you'd be surprised. We have a AI system some stuff, so it is of course possible it gets hit. Oh, now we got the mortars popping down there. Not that they deal that much damage, but they're dealing some damage. We have a fire, however, now on the system here. So I want to keep track on this fire, because it can happen. Oh, it's safe. It can happen that if that AI box started to burning, things could have changed very quickly. Wishful thinking, I know, but that's the only thing I can hold on to by now, because the Gimle sure ain't much to hold on to. Look at that thing, getting shredded by cram as we speak. Every second. New health is gone. Wow. Really powerful. We're aiming for the superstructure here. Okay. One of the last cram shots that we're able to land, probably. That's a pretty good hit, though. The Project Broadsword's engines are slowing down. Gimle's at 55.9 percentages. It would be absolutely insane if this doesn't lose. Of course it's gonna lose, but anything can happen with cram shells. Wishful thinking, I know. But now we are officially below 55%, which means that the Gimle lost both 2 first rounds, which indeed means very much congratulations to Project Broadsword. It will be picked up and slapped into the winners folder. We're gonna watch a third battle, of course, just for fun, since I think you requested this. Here we are, the battle, third round is back. The results will of course stand nonetheless. The Gimle did lose this battle and the Project Broadsword won this battle. So Scrubbus, congratulations indeed. In any case, I will just want to take this initial terrifying blast to say huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM who are supporting us every month at Patreon. Most notably then, Admiral Scooby-Rocks, Commodore Owen, Lieutenant Anto, Cravey, Powered by Greed, and Vincent Veritas. And of course, all our cadets. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel every month, making this YouTube channel with its creative games a lot more plausible and doable. In any case, also thanks to all of the YouTube members, and you can probably thank yourself because you were probably able to see this video early, because I have given you early access to the videos if you are in the ecclesiarchy of GMODISM. And if you feeling a bit eclectical and want to join the ecclesiarchy of GMODISM, the join button is below this video. We have different tiers, they have fun names. Anyways. This battle, it seems that the Project Broadsword is doing an extra good performance. It's so much moving behind. The Gimle has so little chance of just shooting most of its guns. I just want to see how it goes for this particular shell. Oh. Did it shoot anything important? It didn't. But it could have. It could have shot off a turret, which is the fun thing with that. Something seriously took a lot of damage there. What happened? Crams are coming in. Yeah, the broadsword is getting a real nice angle today. The Gimle is having such a hard time dealing with it when it's... Now the broadsword is really on its A game. That's very nice. Nice to see. Ooh, and we're shedding turrets. Like skin. We'll have a kind of a thin layer on the outside, so that makes a lot of sense. Man, and it's targeting the cram cannons back here. Look at that. That's so good for the broadsword, because now it really can deal so little damage. This is probably going to be the hardest win so far. Bam. Oh. Crams can still hurt. But look at that. Yeah, I think this is gonna be the strongest win so far indeed. But anyways, this is pretty fun to see, because now we can actually see one of the few examples where a APS-based ship is able to hands down beat a cram-based ship. Of course, Scrabus, I do know that I do think that he knew when he was building this about how the armor of the Gimle looked like. So we went for pure frag, and that's of course an excellent counter. Look at that, we're having explosions in the backside of the Gimle. This is gonna mean fires from all those fuel tanks getting destroyed. Pretty big fires at that, because many of the fuel engines are back there. And now something interesting is happening. The broadsword is coming up on Gimle's left side, which is very interesting indeed. Wonder if the lasers have a juice left in them. 65% chance. It's staying behind here. So we're gonna see if the turrets, if the cram turrets and stuff will start shooting at it now. Or if it's just gonna die before that, because look at all that fire. Gimle has basically no armor at this side, so you can see it's just melting through instantly. Wow. That's some insane damage. And this cram cannon is looking pretty healthy, but it's actually very unhealthy, and now it's even completely dead. Look at that. I do wonder. Do we have a dead AI? No, I don't think so. But we have pretty dead turrets. The Arquebalista Invictus are fighting hard to not die. But of course, we are so chanceless. This is funny though. Bam! Oh, look at that! It sniped that propeller off. Lucky, but not that it's gonna change much. Most ships have something important underwater, which means that the Arquebalista Invictus will do a lot of damage. But ships that don't have a lot of important things underwater, well, the Arquebalista is mostly deadweight for the Gimle in those cases. And the Gimle is below 55% and despawning rapidly. Look at that, we had some explosions. Wow. Are you absolutely shitting me? Look at this thing! Oh my god. The infamous or famous, dependent what you think, the secret advisor / Kovrax has designed a monstrosity. Or should we say, yet another monstrosity. He just loves building these types of monstrosities, and they are absolutely insane. This is an unofficial battle, no kidding, because the block count is encroaching 300,000, that's more than 3 times the allowed limit. Okay, this is only like 2.5 times the allowed limit. But anyways, it meets the materials, and it probably doesn't have repair bots, I don't know. But yeah, it doesn't meet our rules to be in the official brackets. But we still want to have a battle with it. And it's possible that this recording will just crash and that I will need to use some materials provided to me by the secret advisor. Because as you might understand, there is no way we're gonna win this. Like, we're just not gonna win this battle. Like, there is no chance. If you've seen the previous battle with the secret advisor, you've seen his official submission. And yeah, I'm happy about that. This also has internal propellers, which is banned, but it's official submission. I'm happy about that battle. Please watch it. Please watch it right after this one. In any case, we also looked at some of his, my previous foe, the Hollywood class, which I was so amazed the results over. You have to watch that one too. And then there is the paper Naginatas, and they are so awesome. You need to check them out too. Anyways, this is the absolutely best designed one of the design so far. I think this thing looks absolutely amazing. Yeah, it looks really cool, actually. I really like this. I really like this design. It's insane. It only costs 2 million. You can walk for days on this thing without getting anywhere. It's so large. You have like different decks here. I love the decoration here. I think there has clearly been put some design love into this structure. It is a papier-mâché hellscape, yes, but it's a beautiful looking one. And I think it's absolutely adorable. I suppose we have some AIs and stuff down here. No? Yes? And they even have heavy armor. In any case, we have some insane turrets here, as you can see. I wonder if there is a bridge area. Like, we're only exploring it in like post mode. I don't know if this will lag or not. No decoys? I thought there would be decoys here. What is this then? So here we have a good couple of radars. Oh well, it looks pretty cool. I must give it that. It's a work of art. It really is. It looks so cool. I'm so impressed over this looks here. That's so many diff guns, man. It's completely insane. That's some crammed in there diff guns. And it has diff guns on both sides. Not that I think this thing will turn. How large is it? My god. It's 1.3 kilometers. So yeah, let the battle begin. In boosted performance mode, of course. Oh lord. I don't think it has smoke, does it? Possibly not. Can't have that. There are probably some decoys on top of here, right? Oh lord. We need to pause here. We're already in degraded mood. This is not funny. Look at this thing. This is... I think this is hash frag explosive. Oh no, this is so scary. This is not even funny. Well, we know what our AI is gonna try to do. Oh lord, if any of these hits, or probably already dead, they will hit. Oh no. We're so doomed. We're so doomed. Oh man, oh no. I almost don't want to watch it. Why don't... Look! Captain is MIA. Oh no. The devastation. Look at that thing. And this beast only costs the same as the Gimle, by the way, if you missed that. And we suddenly have 88 percentages. That's our health. Well, not that we needed that extra detection, because I don't think we can miss this enemy. Oh my lord. And any shot we shoot at it, like, it ain't gonna hit anything important. What are the chances of that? And now we're lining up for broads. Oh no, we're lining up for broadside soon. This is gonna be a bloodbath. Yay, we took out, I don't know, a couple of diff guns. Well, there are a couple of more. This is just insane. You can see we're just doing detonations in empty space here. Like this pattern, this like diff gun pattern is absolutely insane. You can disable so many of them without it being an issue. Oh man. Our broadside is coming in here. Look at... Oh no. I don't want to watch this. This is... Well, some of them go up. Go away. Yeah, so I guess we're getting back for defeating the Hollywood class. Spoiler alert. So basically, now I already accidentally spoiled that. It's still an interesting battle, but the Secret Advisor made a D-Hollywood class a couple of years ago, and it absolutely shredded the Draconia. So I was kind of happy that the Gimle was able to defeat it. Now it only costs half the cost of the Gimle, so there is that. But I was still impressed it was able to defeat it. Now, the Secret Advisor brought the big artillery, and we have the Jörmungandr. This is not the first Jörmungandr we have here. If you remember a couple of weeks ago, we had another Jörmungandr. And I was like asking, is the name like important for the submission? For the previous, for the one, I don't know which one of them I asked, but I just asked that because, yeah. I think I got one, but anyways. Doesn't matter, and, well, I think this is aptly named because this huge thing, it's an enormous hellscape of papier-mâché and diff rods. It's like diff rod papier-mâché hell. Welcome. If you like building, if you like building alloy bricks with a lot of heavy armor, this is your worst enemy. This is all you're gonna see in hell if you end up there. This is a hellscape of papier-mâché and diff rods. Man, this is just insane. It just spams them. Oh, I looked away for a few seconds. Whoops, the Gimle is at 69%. The nice number. Our lambs are just doing nothing. We can't do anything against it. Man. Half of its guns may be taken out, half of the shots may miss, doesn't matter. Adds more firepower. It just annihilates us. What happens to the Jörmungandr though? Why does it sink? This is kind of weird. We knocked off like 4%. Yay. That's something. The Gimle is however very dead, and it's only been like 1 minute and 29 seconds. So yeah, there is that. You're not gonna do a lot of damage. No, our Vigoletta marksman was probably the only thing that was able to deal damage against it. We didn't have a chance. I kind of knew that, but I still wanted to test. Why aren't like you shooting though? This gun should be able to sandblast it pretty well. Yeah, so pretty chanceless as we already kinda knew. Well, for the sake of it, I suppose we'll need to do another battle just to see if we're getting the same results, or if somehow the Gimle would be insanely lucky. I kind of want to investigate though why it's going so low. Look at it, we're having like a cram, we can't miss. And it's like, yay, a few wood blocks, whatever. What the hell? The Jörmungandr Super Dreadnought is at 0 materials. Are you kidding me? What the hell? We're having the Army of GMODISM rules, so we didn't add more materials to it. I don't know if the Secret Advisor said to me it needs more materials than half a million. I missed it, but I don't think so. Whatever. Okay, that's cool. Well, the Gimle is despawning, so we still lost the first battle, but whatever. Let's do another round. Maybe we have chances to take this thing out if we're able to, I don't know, kill its material boxes. Its only weak point. Round 2 is here. It takes like a full, I don't know, 3 minutes 4 minutes, 5 minutes to load this thing. Well, thought it could be interesting to see if our... Man, the Jormungandr Super Dreadnought is just eating materials so fast loading all these guns. The death cloud is spreading. One thing I really wonder, that's how Secret Advisor is able to kind of delay the firing until they actually know where to shoot. This is like a funny thing. Where you like shoot at an important part and you like clip 10 barrels and you're like, yay, and you're like, nah. Ain't matter that much. This looks like chimneys, except they're flat. That's so funny. I don't know why I think that's so funny. It just is. Anyways. The only chances we have of doing anything to not die is to... Okay, I think it's pretty lost already. Look at the health go down. No, but... yeah, if we can make it get out of materials really fast / not get hit by too many of the initial shots, we could be able to starve it, perhaps. We have some situations where the Gimle were able to starve the opponent. It's like a little bit boring, but if you don't have protected material boxes and stuff, you may actually lose by getting starved. Now the broadside comes here, and this is what usually finishes things off, to my opinion. Or my experience, I mean. I don't know, what game speed do we have? Yeah, like... quarter, half speed. Oh no, our superstructure is looking a bit sad. Ah. It's like hanging on by a thin thread. Look, it's the 64 pounder, isn't it? No? That was one of the tiny guns. It's like we can fry so much away, and it just doesn't matter. Yeah, again, I really wonder if it has decoys. Oh no. This is scary. Ah, that section is gonna die. Look at it. We're like need to load in. Yeah. Diff gun spam. This is basically why we can't allow diff gun spam. It's just a superior way to do battle. Sadly enough. Chunks are missing. Superstructure is hanging on by a tiny connection strut. This cannon is now gone. 66% versus 97. I'm pretty sure we're gonna lose. Well, GG. Secret Advisor Kovrax, you have proved your point. At half the cost, the Gimle may be able to defeat the Hollowwood class, but at the same costs at the Gimle, it yet again has absolutely no chances at all. I'm very happy that this design looks very cool though, that's nice. The FPS though has room for improvements. Oh lords, did my game crash? No. Ah, we're in degraded mood and the broadside friends are popping in here. shooting some shorter Hesh frag explosives. Insane. Yeah, we don't have any chances. Now the superstructure popped off 58%. So, yeah. Oh, it was able to shoot before it died. That's so funny. It technically didn't exist. Or I mean it did, but it shot while being disconnected from the main structure. Gimle is in despawn territory. Well, there we go. GG. Oh, couldn't do anything about it. Hope you enjoyed this battle though. And I don't know if this thing is on the workshop, but I know that the secret advisor has all sorts of stuff on his workshop. So search for Jormungandr or something. Maybe you'll find it there. In any case, very beautiful design. I liked it a lot, except it totally annihilates the Gimle. And it's such a meme build that I don't know if we are ever able to counter against such a thing. I think warp drives might work. Anyways, this ain't an official submission, but was cool nonetheless. Hope you enjoyed it too. I surely did. But yeah. I didn't think the Gimle had a chance while starting this battle either, but yeah, it's completely insane. We must have been really lucky shooting off some material boxes before. This Gimle battle will be with one of the more cute logos on a ship that has participated. It's the Peach class, of course. And it is a it's a 2 million ship. 64,000 blocks. So, less blocks than the Gimle, but not super much either. Very interesting. In any case, it's 300 meters long, so it's, well, pretty... I feel this is pretty common dimensions. Anyways, it has interior. That's absolutely awesome. We shall check that out. But before, we shall check out what guns we have. 433 millimeters. Full load of fragger. So we got... Oh, someone is trying to use the broadswords tactic, I believe. Then we have a high explosive sieves. That's weird. I wonder if it's doubling as... Oh, maybe the guns shoot high explosive sieves against incoming shells and then switches to frag or something. And we have some sand guns too. So we have a frag head, frag warhead body. Huh. That's not what I would usually classify as sand, but I'm supposing it's super small caliber frag then. Well then, we have some detection and stuff like this. Quick tip: when I place these on a surface like this, yes, I should also say it's built by Smart Dolphin. So here is a little tip for Smart Dolphin. If you build something on this, you click Control and Shift and X. And you can kind of make it, you know, look a little bit flusher. Of course, that's just decorative. It doesn't add any structure or anything, but I'd recommend doing that. Well, in any case, I think that's gonna block some angles, but we'll see how well it works in combat. I never tested it out too much. Anyways, I think we should do a little cut through. Back front cutter like this, see how it looks like. Wow, we have so slopey slopes here. And we have a lot of appliques. That's an unusual filling here. And we got big spaces here on the side, so we got loads of opportunity to deflect shells. I wouldn't say applique is probably the wisest thing to fill something out with. But, again, we'll see how it performs in combat here. Now, if one needs some filling material on the side that's good health, wood is actually probably your best bet. If you want some more stability, stone is pretty good too. Anyways, we're gonna look from side to side. Here we can see a lot of the interiors, pretty cool. We have the turrets. Oh, damn. They're stacked pretty sturdily. That's interesting. Ooh, right. I hope this is the sand, right? No? Because this looks like potential chain reactions. Right? No, 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 no. Never mind. Sorry. Sorry about that. I'll see the emergency ejectors here. It's fine. It's fine. It's not gonna blow up. Here we have ejectors. Nice, 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 well-built turrets. Then we have some cram mortars there. And in the front we have... Oh, is it a front-sider? It might be a front-sider. Huh. We'll see. We'll see. Because we have a lot of stuff in the front here. We have that applique spam here too. If applique spam is meta, I probably missed that very hard. I don't believe it is, but we can only conclude after the battle. Anyways, light toggle and shield toggle too. Well, isn't that nice? Light on. Shield on. Oh. Oh, look at that. Isn't that so fantastic? Well, that's amazing. So we have a competent captain on the ship. We can Okay, this is great. I never seen that concept. Instead of using mannequins, we have this cartoon cats boarding this ship. Isn't that amazing? Well, I guess we'll feel bad if we are victorious in this battle then. So, we got some torpedoes on board here. Welcome to... You can see that due to the light, but... Art gallery too. Whoa. Okay. So we have art galleries on this ship. Wow. Zenithal faction robot. I wonder if these are hand-drawn items. Possibly. Smart Dolphin is also a... maybe Smart Dolphin did all these drawings. If so, it's very impressive. If not, very beautiful decorations and cool stuff in the ship, you know? And very good job of the person who drew all this. Fantastic. Great. Beautiful. So we're going to check out the... Oh no. We have some more things to check out on this floor here. Onya Peace Cat Art Gallery. Okay. The selfie incident. It's like an entire story here. That's beautiful. Okay. Cool. So we have some drawings on potential crafts, future crafts in the faction then possibly. Oh. And here, oh wow, we have a... this is obviously coffee machine. I never thought about that before. Good idea. We have a dance floor, and here we have dancing cats. Here we have some... Ooh. Cool. 9 drinks stacked. That's a smart little trick. Trash bin like that, and we have... Someone had a little bit too much fun, it seems like. Well, a beautiful little hang-around space. Entering this. Oh no, Rusted Warfare mods. Yes, I made RV mods too. RV. I don't know. By Smart Dolphin. So, cool. Above the Death is one of my popular RV mod, Zombie Apocalypse. I don't know what RV is, but very cool. So we can definitely confirm that Smart Dolphin is also a modder. Very nice. Looking cool. Ooh. That looks like a cool 2D game. I like that. Very nice indeed then. So then we are going down to the lower floors. Are we having some type of bunks here? We're having storage areas. And there we have the bunks. Oh, nice television. It seems like all of them are actually... They're not... Everyone is not the same here. Here we can see we got another one sleeping there. That's so fun. It was... I feel it was a long time ago we checked out some super cool interiors. So I think we should all... yes, I know what you should do. You should go down and like this video so that Smart Dolphin can see that we get some extra appreciation for having beautiful interiors. Oh, sorry to disturb. I kind of like that toilet though. It's a cool, smart design. Almost want to investigate what blocks that are, but anyways, we shouldn't. No. This one is empty. So, now we're going a little bit low here for visual effect, but we should... Here we have a little computer comm room. That's nice. But that's of course because we can't allow water pumps due to the lag, sadly. Well, really beautiful interiors. It feels really ship-like. It's like very realistic. We see all the exposed parts. It's not too cozy, but it's still efficient interiors. It's accessible, and it's nice like that. Very nice interiors. And here we have the... oh, bam! Look at that. Is that batteries? No, that's like the Hearthstone extensions. Alright, so this craft can be operated in case one needs to play it in campaign and stuff. Now, whoa. Okay, so we have some weird armor here in the bottom. Make it a little bit thinner. Perhaps keep down the volume a little bit. So we seem to have some big charge lasers there too. I wonder why we have this gap here. It's possibly that it's a modified ship. So it looked a little bit differently before, but now it's modified like that. Anyways, absolutely beautiful ship. It looks super cool. We shall now check it in combat against the Gimle. Here we are on the battlefield. The Gimle is looking splendid in 3, 2, 1. We should now pause the game and see what's happening over here. Oh, this we have a strong yellow laser here. Very nice. Oh, this barrage is looking pretty scary indeed. All right. I wonder what the top speed is. Kind of surprising since we have all this propulsion, but it is utilizing another type then. All right. So it absolutely spams the area with loads of shells here. Interesting. The lambs can't keep up with this. Oh, damn. It's looking very bright for Smart Dolphin at this point. Wow. 19 seconds in, Gimle lost 3%. Well, the battle shall commence. Whatever that means. So let us continue. And oh, damn! It's just fireworks. This is very, very much reminding me of the broadsword battle. Perhaps Smart Dolphin was a little bit inspired by Skrabbe's broadsword project, because that thing was absolutely brutal and did very well against the Gimle. And that used indeed timed frags. Look at that. And we have that yellow laser too. I suppose it's mostly a charge laser, so I'm not sure how much damage it does now. But damn, look at that. That's some hefty damage. More clouds incoming like that. That's pretty cool. Alright. I just want to see... I desperately want to know what is happening with our only hope. The Arcuballista Invictus. Is it gonna do any damage today? It goes through here, and oh, look at that! And now it loses all its energy. Huh. It can go through almost all of these blocks with a Plick, but can it be so that a Plick spam is a little bit of a meta against kinetic penetrators? I don't know. I don't know, but that obviously stopped the Arcuballista Invictus, which is something 8 meters of heavy armor would not do. So that's pretty good. Very interesting indeed. Now, will the Gimle's crams get through here? It seems that they will. And the Peach class is indeed a frontsider, as we suspected. Man, I must say it's pretty loud, isn't it? Just listen to this 500mm symphony. I was worried it was a little bit too loud, so I tuned the volume. It just sits here. It sits and chills. Whoa. That missed. That missed. It's gonna... I wanna see if any of the crams hit here. Oh, bam. So here we have... got a lot of wood here too, so we do use some wood fillings. So many tetra blocks to control the costs, volumes and stuff like that for structural interior walls. Now we have a decoy here of some sort. It looked like like its own lambs were kind of targeting it a little bit. That was weird. Oh damn, look at that. The Peach class is down to 89%. Wow. No, look at that. They're getting through. I was almost enjoying the brutal destruction the Peach dealt in the beginning of the battle. So I kind of forgot a little bit on how extremely resolute and tough the Gimle is to beat down. It will battle at almost full capacity, even at 80%. Yep. Now those crams bounce. It's not able to dodge much at all. Look at that. We're having fires a little bit here and there. Since it has that low profile, the laser, the Vigoletta, they're firing. The Vigoletta is the yellow shot, if I forgot to say that before. They are anyways shooting on top of the water. And we don't have any cram or anything like that incoming either. So it even utilizes the Civ's cannon to deal damage. Oh no. Suddenly it doesn't look very good at all for the Peach class. I am a little bit biased. When I see a ship that's really well designed and beautiful, I have a higher chance of routing for it. So if you want to, I'm sorry to say that. I mean, it shouldn't matter. But if you want me to hope that your ship beats the Gimle, you know, if you want to increase that chance, make it look really cool. That will probably be siding with your craft. Yeah. But of course, I'm never sad that the Gimle wins a battle, because I tried to design it to win. So, in any case, we can see that this applique spam, it might be good against the Arquebalista Invictus. Smart Dolphin can very much explain in the comments if that was an intentional counter to the Arquebalista, and if one have tried other methods of blocking it and found that applique spam was the most successful. That would be very interesting to know, because I am planning to do a tutorial on kinetic armor, and I did not intend to include applique spam as one of the methods, because I never thought it would be an interesting solution, because it wasn't before, at least. So then if that has changed, it would be very valuable to know that. Wow. Anyways, you might have seen that this video was available for members a few weeks before everyone else could see it, and that is because everyone that's a member of the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM is able to watch videos when I upload them instead of when they're scheduled. So if you want to have access to that, I've made the lowest level membership as cheap as YouTube would allow me, and added almost all of the benefits to that level. You are, of course, extremely welcome to support me at a higher level, but I wanted most of the rewards to be included with the lowest level. Yeah. So, if you want to catch Gimle battles, if you want to binge them whenever I upload them, well, you should join the Ecclesiarchy. And on that note, huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM, Commodore Owen, Lieutenants Anto, Cravey, Parba Greed, Vincent Veritas, Scooby Rocks, and Sig Sarhot. Your help helps a lot. And if you're watching this video, liking this video also helps extremely much, so please don't forget to do that. The Peach class looks very, very sad, as we saw during this battle. It started very well and then it died very hard. Surprising, but maybe it was unlucky. I really thought it would win the first battle there, so we should be checking for another round. Right, so second round with some sad graphic quality. Here we go. Gonna be very interesting indeed. So I'm highly interested in this laser here. Look at that. Oh, no. I thought that this laser was very, very powerful. Maybe it's only powerful for... Oh yeah, look at that. That's a deep penetration. That's probably the laser because there's fire behind it. You can see this. It honestly seems to be only surface damage. That laser isn't very scary. I thought it was pretty scary because it was a scary charge laser. We're gonna follow these ones here. See if the cram shells here get shot down or no. Man, that swarm that's incoming is super scary. Look at that. We got an explosion inside of there. Not sure what happened with those. Ooh, and now we can check out this here. Oh, so it seems actually that this LAM system, despite being hidden like this, actually has a pretty good angle. Yeah, look at that. That was something I wanted to check before. It has a good enough angle like this. I did not know that. Peach class is backing up a little bit here. Gimle is already down 8%. But we are going to watch the Peach class here by Smart Dolphin and see what happens. Right. Not too much firing coming here. The laser seems to be pretty busy. That mortar got totally missed here. Man, that's the applique spam in the front. Shooting off the nose a little bit. So we might have assumed that this sharp angle was almost a design for speed, but it's obviously because of front siding. Oh, we got the cram hit on the front here, dead on, but nothing important is in the front anyways, so it really matters so little. Now, the big problem for the Peach class here is the Vigoletta marksman right now, and the crams that's incoming too. But the marksman, the yellow tracer here, they're shooting above water, right? So there we had some fragmentational explosions there. I wonder if that was that the turrets exploding by themselves, or was it the cram? I missed that a little bit, to be honest. So much is happening, it's easy to miss something. Now, the Gimle actually took the lead. The Gimle took the lead, and so many of the weapon systems here are now disabled that damage capabilities, the damage dealing capabilities, is severely handicapped. It's so much decreased, and we can see now that the Gimle's lamps are no longer overwhelmed. No, they are not at all overwhelmed, which means even though the Gimle is looking a little bit beat up, it's pretty a-okay. You know what will happen. Now we're gonna see what is happening in the slowest slow motion speed with the Arquebalista Invictus rounds. Going him there. Oh, look at that. That went through. Yeah, okay, so the applique spam did not save it this time and took out one of the back propellers. Not that it matters too much for this design, but interesting to see. Now the crams will of course always try to aim above water as well, I do believe. I'm not sure actually, they might be set to whatever. A lot of them are hitting here in the front. It's mainly dead meat there, but 77% versus 86. The Gimle has been pretty resilient so far, so it is in the lead in every imaginable way. And right now, it sounds like the Peach class battleship, her main gun that was still alive, is now disabled. We are still having some auxiliary cram shells, but the lamps are able to deal with those lower health shots. The Peach class really relied on overwhelming the defenses, and that is no longer a possibility at all. So, the Peach class started with, wow, so much firepower, very, very cool battle capabilities, but despite the adorable captain of this ship, it was not able to beat the Gimle at all. 68%, we can assume it will despawn momentarily because, as said, the main guns are kind of disabled. Well, I did not expect that, if I'm going to be completely honest. When I looked at the beginning of the battle, I was like, wow, Peach class is going to absolutely dominate the Gimle. And it wasn't the case. Well, So, I guess there is some sense in the resilient design in the Gimle. Some people think that Gimle's 3D Tetris cram is maybe not optimal, and it isn't, but it's darn resilient. You'll have to damage it a lot for it to not shoot shots anymore, because it's pretty interconnected. The Tetris in the Gimle's main crams are pretty interconnected, so you'll have to hit on very specific spaces to actually disable it. Which makes it so that even though the Gimle's cram cannons can be severely damaged, they still often do a lot of damage. Well, there we have it. Friendly reminder to like the video if you haven't already. Do that now, yes? I'm sorry. The time has finally come. We will do the battle between the HMS Ragnarök and the army of GMODISM, Gimle. So this is the Ragnarök, which is built originally by Swedish YouTuber Robas, who I don't think play from the depth very much anymore, but his legacy lives on. And this is the HMS Ragnarök, which has been upgraded and fixed by Brenzo to a version 2.0, where it's actually a formidable target. The HMS Ragnarök does easily beat the Draconia without even thinking, the Titan Slang, and loads of other formidable vehicles. It is a good battleship. It's decent and works very well. It also looks very cool. So we'll take a little quick look at the ship's looks. We'll look a lot about on its features in earlier videos and stuff like that. I think we dive into a little bit its guns, but we can do that a little bit quickly. But mainly, we're going to look at the aesthetics of it. In any case, Brenzo has made a great job of taking the design to its full glory and making it a really formidable ship. So, HMS Ragnarök, looking splendid. We can just have a little look, whoops, cutaway look. Thank you. So we have some steam engines, we have some regular engines spread out on all sorts of places. We have a lot of these pretty quick fire civs cannons that works as damage saws whenever they're not needed. We can see we have some turrets here, APS turrets that are highly adapted to deal with like kinetic shells coming in to kill it. So it's a very sturdy design. Right here we can access it. We can see we have a sabot head, so we have super cavity sabot ones, the same that we use for the sniper cannons. And the cannons, they look like they have the same caliber, but they actually don't. They're a little bit different. And they have different ammo too. So this one is armor piercing, high explosive, a reliable thing to deal a lot of damage in the interiors. This is a dangerous one. Now you can have a sneak peek on some of the interiors. And we have more APS turrets here. It basically have 4 very strong APS turrets and a lot of auxiliary saws that are just very fast fire civs cannons that also shoot at incoming... They shoot at projectiles, but when there is no projectile large enough to shoot at, they will shoot at the enemy ship. So they're kind of sabot saws or something like that, they're called. I don't know. We have some engines going on here, and we have an AI core in the bottom. EMP insulated and everything, because not doing that would be absolutely crazy. In any case, let's check the looks of this thing. The only downside is when you spawn here in the share, like, you can't get out from here. You'll have to shoot the share. There we go. Anyways, here we have a little bridge, looking pretty bridgy, very low roofed. Not at all the luxury we're used to with the Gimle, but it works too. We have a nice little viewing area here. I think it looks pretty nice to stand out here. We have loads of interiors there. And we have Schlacker captains. Oh my god.
every time I said that. I was...
Oh yeah, I wonder what the talking was coming from.
Oh, look at this.
So inside here, the chef is watching all
Into the bridge.
Roba's
Ragnarök.
videos. That's nice, but it also lags. Oh no, I'm auto-repairing. No, don't play, thank you. Stop it. I think it has a couple of repair bots. We're doomed. In any case, down here we can go to the planning room. We got a nice little map of the Nether. Interesting. I don't know if that's a real map or not. Here we have the forbidden video screens. And if you're wondering, having screens like this in your build is causing a lot of lag. For the official Gimle battles, stuff like this is banned. Together with video screens that are active. Yeah, I think video screens may be slightly less worse, but having this, no. Having that, like, it basically makes the game render itself several times more. That just causes loads of lag. It's insane. Anyways, here we have the briefing room, as you can see. Very nice. I think they play some videos too. And then we can go down here. And we have, oh my god, maybe we should check each floor a little bit better first, because I think we should look at the Mac Valorous. This is of course the staple of any robust build. It has only trace amounts of dog meat. Well, that's nice. I don't have my camera. I accidentally equipped my pistol, so now it's like, oh look, it's a large human and a small cat person. In any case, no salad, that's good. Moose burger, blood pancakes, Mac Walrus. Get thick, you skinny bitch. Well, that's super nice. We have lots of nice messages here. And nice cooking and back pain problems. I just love this hamburger. Can we just get an applaud for this hamburger design? It's pretty amazing. Oh, don't disturb. I think he had something very spicy. So, go down here, we get to loads of different areas. Like the medical department, where someone is a little bit seasick. You can see that because it's green. We got the barracks, cozy and everything. We got stay out, which is some type of Cthulhu worshipping. I think we should get out of here before we get problems. Cruise launch, very nice. Showers. Don't drop the soap. Remember that. And yeah, I think that's that. We got loads of interiors here. I don't know, there is just so... Now we accidentally climbed upwards, that's weird. There is anyways a lot of beautiful interiors. We have viewing decks. It's very nice. We have a nice bar with a very tall person. I think the people in this is perhaps a little bit too tall. But anyways, we can walk around the deck. It has nice interiors. It's a very nice design. I like the time spent on looking this cool. It was a big inspiration for me to make the Gimle look as cool as possible. I really tried. Even though my interiors may be less realistic, I spent a lot on aesthetics anyways. In any case, let's dive into the actual battle. Here we are! Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, the Gimle is here, ready for battle. This will be highly exciting, very anticipated battle. So, who will win? Who will lose? The difference between the previous battle with Borderwise's Habs Titanslang is that the Ragnarök is just under 2.2, just like the Gimle. So, we have built the Gimle according to several rules that are very similar to the rules that were for Brenzo's official Beat the Ragnarök challenge. So I wanted it to adhere to most of these rules and be able to beat the Ragnarök. Now, what really lags for my system is water pumps, so I completely banned water pumps. Now the Ragnarök has water pumps, but well, I don't, so it will be less lag because of that. I'm pretty sure it has water pumps. In any case, The Gimle has a lot higher block count. It has a block count of like, what is it? It's under 100k because that's my limit, but it's 86,000 blocks. And block, I don't know, block count isn't such a lag problem for me. Water pumps is, not block count, so I didn't, I think Brenzo put up a rule for maximum block count, and that we don't have. But in any case, a very anticipated battle, let's go, without further ado. What the hell, why is it shooting off the distance? Alright. The saws are really online there. The cram shots really missed the mark there, the first blast. Oh my god, it's very tight. The sniper's popping in there. Now, the Ragnarok has some insane LAMs and sieve systems. Man, the saws here, look at it. It's just sawing away the exterior shell here, just dealing some surface damage. Glad we have those shields going on there. Poor turret. They're gonna have a barrel cut off if it's not careful. It's very even so far. Let's come over here to... No? Okay, what's going on here? Ooh, we got a cram shell getting through there. Very interesting. More cram shells. That one got annihilated. Another cram shell popping up there. It got through, but it damn missed. Is the Gimle having problems with targeting? Bam! We got our first proper cram hit. It didn't hit anything important, just the superstructure, I believe. Alright. Let's check it out here. We got the cram shell. Oh! Bam! We got another in the middle hit there. I think the LAM systems is damaged now. Okay, interesting. The Ragnarok's LAM systems are a little bit beat up now. Probably. Oh, we got another big cram coming through there. Some of the crams get deleted, but that's probably the cheaper crams. Man, that's a real miss from my mortars. More crams popping in there. Bam, that's some damage. The Gimle's cram shells have a detonation. God damn it, what we're missing. The crams have different detonation levels, so some of them will detonate deeply and some of them detonate surface level. Alright, now the Gimle has one big advantage. That is, if the battle does not go on for so long that the Ragnarok will start to turn and switch one side to the enemy, the Gimle has all of its armor on one side, so it can't turn around and be protected, but its surface of armor, all of the armor is put to the enemy from the get-go, so the internals are more protected just by this factor. And the other big thing that the Gimle does that the Ragnarok does not is that it mostly relies on cram cannons, and cram cannons are of course super dangerous to deal a lot of damage. Now I really wonder, why haven't I seen the Gimle's lasers popping in here? That's really worrying. Well, the crams are doing some damage there. The Ragnarok is down to 82%, but its big guns are still firing pretty reliably. But looks like my LAMs are able to shoot it out a bit. The LAMs are still online. But what happened? What happened with the laser? Is it too far away or something? It may be too far away. Oh man, what happened to this cannon? I just need to check that. Are we damaged inside of here? Oh no, don't tell me. The compute, okay. Oh no. Wow, okay, this is interesting. I think that our AI system may be damaged. Oh man. Look at this. What's happening? Oh my god! The Ragnarok has successfully sniped one of the AIs. Look! The AI that's controlling the fast-firing weapons. Man, that's really bad. The laser and fast-firing weapon AI is completely offline. That's the reason. So the other extra AI is back here, that's one is safe, but one of the AI is dead. That's why the laser isn't firing. Man, that's a super lucky hit for the Ragnarok. Good job, man. I protected that thing with 2 layers of era. I didn't expect it to be sniped like that. Man, that is scary, man. That is truly scary. Oh well, will the Gimle be able to beat it still without any of its fast fire weapons? The snipers, they are on a separate AI, so I don't know what's up with this one. Alright. Man, we're really getting the stutters here. I think that's the water pumps on the Ragnarok doing this. Well, not much we can do. So the lambs are ignoring those small shells. Okay, we're really shooting high orcs here. The Ragnarok is down to 77%. So I think it's still gonna lose. But man, that it's sniped out. Look at that. They're really trying hard to kill those crans, but they still kind of get through. But man, that the Ragnarok was able to snipe out one of our AIs, that's really bad. That's really bad. Ooh, we got the turret there. We got a turret kill. Bam. I just love Krams. Krams is the grip. It's the shit, man. You should do Krams. If you're having big battles with big ships, Krams is the way to go. More internal blast for the Ragnarok. Well, I'm pretty sure it's gonna lose by now. Its auxiliary guns are mostly shooting, but man, that the Gimle's fast fire guns are taking out, that doesn't sit well with me. Bam! This one then? Just a hit. This is how the Ragnarok looks underneath. So that's some damage. But yeah, we're just chilling here. This battle has started to become a little bit boring. The Ragnarok of course has ways to deal damage, but this is a best of 3. So we need to put them up against each other. Maybe the Ragnarok will be lucky and shoot out all of the AIs early on. Then the Gimle is very doomed. But right now, 62%. Yeah, it's not gonna win this. More of them are coming. And it just continues. Well, not much is happening for a while there. We're just getting more damage and damage. So I think that by this point the Ragnarok is pretty sad and the Gimle is still at 93%. So I think we can move over to the rematch now. None of the main batteries are dealing any damage, and these auxiliary things shooting at the incoming crams will just not be able to deal damage against the Gimle. So, first battle is won by Gimle. Very nice, I'm very happy because this was one of the main points, but let's move on to the next battles and see if we're winning again. There we have it. Rematch, let's go. Oh man, let's see what's popping up there. We got some damage popping in there. They're shooting. Oh, they killed both of those cram shells. Man, the civs on the Ragnarok together with the lambs are absolutely insane. The budget for those systems is huge. It's completely insane, but you can see they work. They can actually shoot out a lot of the incoming shells from the Gimle. Let's see here. 2 more popping in there. One is shot down, the other one missed. The Ragnarok is actually in the lead slightly. This is worrying. Alright, we got new shells coming in. They're getting zapped there. Crams popping in there. Did we have an internal explosion there? I think we may have. More cram shells. Ooh! Did I see a big explosion? It seems it didn't take out those ones. And there we have. And by the way, the stoner cram mortars, they're actually there mostly to distract the enemy civs and just do big detonations or just remove chunks of the deck armor. But mostly to distract the civs, because the time that the civs cannons spend shooting at the cram mortars, ooh, instead of shooting at the actually dangerous crams, are time well spent. And the stoners, they have 2000 millimeters, and the regular crams have 1970 millimeters. So if they prefer bigger shells, all civ systems will actually opt for shooting at the stoners instead of shooting at the detonators that are much more dangerous crams. Anyways, it leads that the Ragnarok has finally lost its advantage. What's happening here? Popping in shells there. Boom. And there we go. Now the Gimle spends a lot of resources on taking out incoming cram shells or big missiles, and the Ragnarok has neither. So the Gimle actually has a big budget on flak civs that are not used at all during this battle. So that's a big material disadvantage. But for ships that use more crams, which I'm actually more scared of, that is completely necessary. Seems that the AI isn't sniped this time at least, so that's good. We should probably be diving in here just to check around. The AI is completely untouched this time. Man, the shells really slow down when they pop in here. But I'm really glad we spent a lot of materials on the interior armor instead of the exterior armor. Because the exterior armor, we can remove things with bulk. Oh, they're really penetrating, aren't they? I think the staggered era at the outer layer was materials well spent, because you can see a lot of the shots are not getting through this, like 2 meters of 1 meter of wood and 1 meter of metal. They're not getting through that because we have staggered era right behind of it, which is a great addition, I think. Okay, now we looked a little bit too much at the interiors of the Gimle. One thing I wanna see is the oh my god, look at this. This cannon has been zapped completely. So we lost one of the sniper cannons, that's for sure. Now the sniper cannons, they're so quick. It's completely insane how quick they are. It's not easy to kind of catch them even firing, it feels like. Alright. There we have it. I just paused time. This is a subsurface sabot shell. Come on, it's there. We're gonna lock onto it. We're gonna slow down time. And we're gonna see... Oh! It shot straight through. Okay. So that thing is basically there to deal some damage to engines and stuff that people hide under the hood. And sometimes they don't deal much damage, but there you could see it actually shot off a turret straight off. That's something it does when people put the turret blocks close to the bottom. The snipers may shoot off the turret completely because those are supposed to deep damage. Oh my god, deep damage, look at that. That turret is completely missing. Look at that. That's a miss. Well, it's looking pretty decent for the Gimle. It has only been 2 minutes in game. And the Ragnarok is down to 77%. If the Ragnarok is not super lucky and is critting... Oh my god! What happened to the main batteries? They're dead. They're not active. Looks like the Ragnarok is indeed weaker than the Gimle on these regards. That is very good, because one of the main points for making the Gimle at all was to make a ship that could beat the Ragnarok. And it seems that it can beat the Ragnarok 2.0 by Brenzo. So there we go. The Gimle is a superior battleship according to the points I've set up. It can beat the Draconia without any problems. It can beat the Titan Slang, and it can beat the Ragnarok. That makes it, in my eyes, the superior battleship in the army of GMODISM. And I'm happy to say that we reached the mark, we reached the goals. Next time, however, we need to check how the Gimle tackles the Turtle Lord. The Turtle Lord is a crazy cram ship that does beat the Ragnarok. It really does. It's crazy. It's absolutely super dangerous. And because the Turtle Lord has some insane cram spam, it has some really barrage cram stacking thing. It's the entire reason. Like, that fact is a big reason why we have invested a lot of resources in having a reliable flak sieves diff system on the Gimle. So the Gimle has a lot of flak sieves diff cannons. We can check them out a little bit quickly here as the Ragnarok is despawning. You can just pause it there. Here we have a double-barreled one, having, 10 shots in total. Together with this one, all of these turrets are the same. All of these turrets from setup are also the same. We have one even here. We have so many of them. So the budget to deal with crams, well, that's pretty big. We're not joking. Big crams are really scary, and having a big barrage of flak sieves diffs really helps us deal the damage. Together with, of course, the fast fire anti-missile missiles here. We have a couple of another type there, and those together with a few auxiliary ones there, and all the flak sieves diff cannon should be able to take out most cram barrages. Now, I can't be 100% it can beat the Turtle Lord, because if my defenses are not enough to beat it, we'll have big problems. But anyways, the Ragnarok is a really good ship, I think, and yeah, it's well built, it's good, it's version 300 and whatever, 390 or something. I've only saved this like, what is it? What version is this? It's, maybe it doesn't say. 100 times maybe. Well, probably not that many times. But in any case, I've built on the Gimle a lot, and I really tried to make it be able to take out big cram shells. So I'm really anticipating that battle. If you enjoyed this battle, however, you should definitely subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, because we will be having more Gimle battles, and the Gimle Open is, of course, open submission, so you can submit your craft according to my rules for the battle, if you want to participate in the official battles. This battle against the Ragnarok is semi-official, because I wanted it to beat the Ragnarok almost to the Ragnarok's rules, but I have a higher block count, because I like wood. So that's an issue. But then we have my rules, and the Ragnarok doesn't adhere to those rules, because water pumps, for example, is a thing that just lags too much for me. In any case, that's that. Having the game at the lowest settings made us able to almost run the game at full speed. So really cool that the Gimle got its laser and fast-firing cannon AI sniped out early on. That was absolutely crazy. We should probably make some backup system that automatically switches all weapons to another AI if one of them gets disabled. But man, this is crazy. Anyways, good game. Beautiful build, Brenzo / Robas, of course, but the Gimle is superior. I'm going to look through the baguette here a little bit and basically say what I think about its design philosophies. I will say, though, it is very nicely put together. It looks really cool, especially because it's also kind of a little bit of a meme build. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Anyways, I think we should begin with not dissecting, we're just gonna divide it a little bit left to right here. See what's inside it. I guess we'll begin from the start of the baguette and see what it contains for filling. It's so nice you can walk this entire ship here. There we can see some water pumps, they'll cause some stutters. Cool use of these computer panels to get them in angles like this. I never thought of that. We got boilers straight under the turrets. It's not very optimal because if you do that, if you have it like this, when they get destroyed, they will cause a fire directly under. Let's see here. I just want to have a 1. Okay, so we can see like. So here we have a weapon controller computer directly under the turret block. It doesn't have any EMP protection, however, so if a turret gets shot, it will go straight down through the turret block and kill this. So that's not very good. I would definitely not put the turret block on a weapon controller because the weapon controller have very low health points. So it's always better to have them stand on a block of heavy armor or something like that, or preferably 4 meters of heavy armor. Then also, for an expensive system like this, we don't really need to save the costs here, I feel like. It's a railgun after all, so probably use the all-in-one local weapon controller to save some space. I usually have them on the turret, however, because then it's easier to EMP insulate them. I would definitely surround them with rubber to all its connecting sides to mitigate that issue. Yeah, definitely. Let's see what settings we have here. We don't have any range bracket setting here. Would probably be, I usually like to set them up, like if I can't shoot at things that are below 500 meters or whatever, under say, yeah. If I can't shoot at underwater target, I shouldn't be able to target underwater targets. And same with, if you can't shoot like on very high, but usually you can. That's not usually a problem. Range bracket, however, it depends how far the guns reach. It's good to not have them waste ammunitions needlessly. All right. Then we are, also one thing. That Hitman has some other settings for his game than the default settings. So one thing you can do if you have the computing power to do so, and the want to have more than 500 APS projectiles simultaneously in the air, you can up this amount a little bit, or a good bit, so you can have some really high RPM guns if you want to. I keep my settings at default, however, because I feel that's what most people do. Otherwise, I'll need to declare my settings all the time when posting challenges and tournaments and stuff. Oh, and if you want to get into our challenges and tournaments and stuff, you should join our Discord. If you want to be in all of them, you'll need to enlist in the army of GMODISM if you don't happen to be a commissioned officer, of course, because then you'll have access automatically. Which reminds me, huge thanks to our commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM. Your monthly help helps a lot. Commodore Owen, Captain Shiro, Commander Morden, Lieutenant Anto Cravey, Drew Candobetta, Flaws Dagon, Part by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Broel, and Scuba Rocks. And of course all our cadets and all of the members of the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM at YouTube memberships. And you're of course supporting me on Patreon. And thanks to that Hitman also for shouting out my Patreon during your last video. That's very kind of you. Yeah, that's a first. Anyways, we should, or no, actually not. Borderwise and I sometimes recommend each other's Patreon too. So if you want to support another from the Death Creator that has a Patreon, Borderwise has one too. In any case, and that Hitman might get one. Or I don't remember what you said, but if you did, yeah, well, whatever. If it exists, it exists. In any case, we should be continuing to look through here. Oh, all right. This is, we have an EMP, pretty EMP susceptible AI here. Like,
Like even these little tiny sheets of metal will lead at EMP. And oh damn, and this thing, this little detection tower right up here, if that gets shot by an EMP, it will essentially insta-kill this AI here in the middle. Of course, there are several AIs along the way here, so it's not like an insta-kill or anything like that. But I would really implore to use some type of EMP insulation. I have an EMP insulation or explanation video. I would recommend anyone who is watching this and don't know about it, that Hitman included, to maybe check that out and get some good tips to not get EMP killed in the future. We have EMP susceptibility issues all over the place here. Oh, this looks very nice. I never seen someone do something like this with the railgun parts. I like these turrets. I think they look very cool. I think they may be a little bit unarmored, however, which I would not recommend. It can be a good idea to have them armored with something. All right, what do we have here? We have hollow points. Oh, hollow points at 60 millimeter. Okay, that's unusual. And we only have hollow points on it. Yeah, I would definitely not use hollow points at this low gauge. I would definitely use sabot for this. Definitely sabot. Yeah, sabot heads with some kinetic warheads. That's definitely what I would suggest here. Actually, I'm gonna save a version with sabot, and you can test my theory if it's right or not. All right, so if we look inside of here, they are these belt feds? Yeah, that's belt feds. Well, then we can't have emergency ejection defuses or ejectors anyways. So that's all good. But because we don't have that, I would highly suggest having a little bit of heavy armor, not around the entire turret, but definitely at the front of the turret. Like I usually armor my turrets so that the front kind of has a shield of heavy armor so they don't get hit as much. Because of course the turret will be faced at the enemy, so you don't need to armor the back, or you don't need to armor it that much. All right, here we have a little interesting thing too. We got a turret right below, right above a big ammo magazine. That is probably, like honestly, it would be better if you put the ammo like beneath the ship like this. That would be a better placement, because here they will take out this turret, and this little metal shield around it doesn't help very much, I don't think so. Okay, and then we kind of have the same area repeating. I wonder if they all send on the same... we have on different channels there. So I wonder in that case if the turrets are receiving on different... Yeah. Now, what can be a good idea is to actually have a AI that is set up to transmit on channel 1 that has high priority. And then you have an extra auxiliary AI that also sends on the same channel, but with a lower priority. Then you can basically have a failsafe, so all of them have basically a connection to an AI. And if the AI cores are the same, that's even better. The only thing that's better with having this is that you can target essentially 9 different places at once, which can be good for kinetic APS, absolutely. Especially sabots. But I do feel that it's probably better to have them all connected up to a double system like I explained, because if this is taken out, some of the turrets won't work anymore. But if this one controlled every one of them and there is another one that also does that and has the same settings, well, it doesn't matter that much. All right, also, you can see we have some detection here, and it's receiving on channel 4. Yeah, so they're set up to be channel specific. And the matter of fact is that in from the depth, detection is shared all over the different channels. So you can have all detection on channel 1 and yeah, it's gonna be shared. So that's nothing one need to think about that much. Unless you set them up to ignore detection. You can do that like a little bit. You can like filter stuff here. If you go to you can see we can detail components. So here we have some different like stuff, and then we can go down to a local weapon controller here, and we can then filter detection to perhaps only sonar. You can do that. If you have a underwater gun that shoots at submarines only, it can be good to only have it target via sonar, since it, like, what's it gonna do with, like, I don't know, infrared seekers don't work in the water, so what is it gonna do with that? So that can be a one thing to set up here. Yeah, so it has the same shape repeating. I will say this too, under here you have some lead. That's of course good for stability. So that's all fine, but most big ships use powered stability. For good and bad, of course it costs engine power, but just so you know, this weight will make you slower. Here we have some metal too, and lead is as heavy armor. If you want to know more about that, I have a little armor tutorial as well. In any case, we are having, what is this? Okay, here we have a big ammo storage. I would definitely spread that out a little more, I think. And, it looks really nice, the interior here. I really like that. And we have some spotlights too. Before I start the battle, I will, however, save a little personal version of this that has the lights turned off, so it will lag a little bit less. All right then, and that's it. So here we have a extra AI with, okay. And this thing, man, look at it, it's so close. If this just was, if you just had like a rubber here on the connection points, this would be EMP insulated and good to go. All right, here we can see the gear ratio. Like, this is a serial piston. And this is definitely steam tank. Cool. Well, I don't find much use for them, but they can be used. That's nice. Got some repair bots here. Oh, is this a breadboard? Okay, what do we have in here then? Right tram percentage. Spin block. All right, so we activate some spin blocks using this. This is probably the Azipods, right? Anyway, here in any case, you can see that this thing is set to automatic control. That's something Martin Sitopants did too, which will be in the next version, or a video I mean, in the series. Any case, this should be set to forward, this should be manual, so it doesn't try to do some other things. And if you want the max propulsion, I would definitely go inside of the gearbox here. You can see maximum power creation. Turn that down to like 0, have other engines generate power, and have this only be propulsion forward. And this gear ratio can be set to 2, so we double the RPM, and that will basically give us a potential thrust of 180,000, which this engine will definitely be able to reach. As you can see, we are definitely having enough, and that will basically double the thrust this engine provides, which would be a good idea. All right, then we have these little Azipods here, and yeah, and they are with a bit higher. They have that gearbox setting set up well, so that's nice. All right then I will basically, oh no, wait a second. I want to give everyone a little top view of the baguette, so you can see here how it looks from the top down like this. Oh, And these sections are color-coded. I like that so much. That's so cool. So it's like, yeah, I only work in section yellow, so I can't go to section blue. Oh no, I only work in section purple. This is my spot. No, I don't know. I just like this thing for being so walkable and roleplay friendly like this. You could actually walk around on. It has so cool interiors. I like that so much. That's super cool. I do, however, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. This is so darn well decorated and beautiful, because this is essentially a try to make a min-maxed optimal design. And most people who make optimal min-maxed designs, sorry to say, but they kind of make ugly bricks. It's like squares with like some big mimics on top to make them almost look okay. And that's a little bit boring. So I really appreciate the effort that has been placed in detailing, even though this is supposed to be a min-max optimal design as the honored baguette. Well, then I think we should definitely circle some views here. So I want to see like the important components too. This one, so we remove all the hull blocks. Can be pretty funny here. Yeah, this looks so cool. And it's really funny, we have hydrofoils here in the front. I guess they're set up to yaw, yeah, of course. So we have some faster turning rates here. That's nice. I would, however, say that you should probably try and see if you get any luck with azipods in the front. I know it looks stupid, but if you want some faster turning rate, azipods in the front would be nice. If the Gimle didn't have that, it wouldn't stand a chance against most ships trying to flank it. And now it kind of stands a chance against some ships that try to flank it. That's the difference. So, and for all of you who want to see some stats, here it is. 2.425 million materials, 50,000 blocks. We have 16% armor, which is super low, by the way. We have a total firepower of 3,000, which APS make out all of. And I think it also has some type of potential to switch to active defenses. I saw that in the video. I don't know if it made it to the final like setup, because this is a local weapon controller. And what we would have needed then is a secondary civs controller set up with a lower priority, so it only activates, or with like very narrow range. Yeah, well, whatever. I don't think I see that. I'll guess we'll note this if it's somewhere. Always, we need to look through the beautiful interiors of this thing. So here we have kind of the mess hall that all ship personnel may or may not be able to enter. I like these interiors. Oh well, in any case, I didn't change anything, did I, on this one? No, this is a new spawn, good. So I'm just going to go into my prefab and select the big off switch, because that will turn off everything basically. There it is, select the big off switch. So if there are any video projectors on this thing or anything like that that might cause some lag, it will turn it off. Like, I don't want to destroy the design here. I'm just going to... Oh my god, how many repair bots does this thing have? Are we guilty of repair bot spam here, sir? I guess we'll see. What's this then? Hologram projectors. Yeah, that doesn't. Sound, video screens, lights off, no smoke. Good. Then it should lag a little bit less. Should do like this too, extra configuration. Turn off particles for all of them. All right, I'm gonna resave this. And then we're going to fix this shell here a little bit. So we're just gonna switch this to a sabot head. Whoops, did I mess something up? Sabot head. I need to check if I didn't mess something up. So they are now 60. That means the shell length with the casing is 1,200 like that. Clip length required 2. Oh, I did mess something up. I did. Oh no, I didn't mess something up. It's of course, I thought it was 60 millimeters. I don't know why I thought that. I must have read this number instead. But it's 48. So it's tuned to fit exactly. Yeah. If you, by the way, want to fill in 100% of stuff, you can always like change the amount of propellants in one of them, and you can make them absolutely perfectly fit. But this is a 20 module part, so of course we can't. But if we're gonna change this a little bit, actually, if we're gonna have this version, now we can see if we have this at 9. Oh, we can actually, what if we have it at 52? I don't know, it might not be perfect now when I'm tuning stuff. It's just for fun, of course. This is not... there, look at it. That's properly min-maxed. But of course, this only applies for this gun, and this shell is for every one of them, so that won't work. So we're just gonna keep it at this sabot head, solid wide body, and the millimeter is of course also, by the way, changed there. All right, I can just do a refill of the APS shells. And there we can see, make sure that everything is as it should be. PS intakes. Yeah, sabot head, good. Everything seems to work. So we're gonna save this as sabot version. Nice. To battle. And if you wonder how many repair bots, it has 20 repair bots. So it's a lot, but it's not insane. Now, it's however a good idea to have repair bots, not too many, because it will burn some materials using them, so you might run out of materials when having too many repair bots. In any case, I think we should be getting to battle. By the way, I might show my rules here a little bit, just, I don't know, it might have been some time ago. So they're gonna spawn 3,000 meters apart, and if you wonder why we have this location, it is because the 0-0 location kind of is a weird spot in the map where the kind of terrain just ends, so it looks shit, basically. So that, I don't know why it's default with 0.0 though. Anyways, we're having a maximum altitude of 600, minimum of 30, so submarines, airships are not used in this tournament, except of course some airships are, but they can't go very high. Maximum distance 6,000 meters, so if you try and run away, it's not very good. 1 penalty point per second, so pretty normal there, except this distance thing, because it takes a long time for battleships to turn. Destroy, construct, like default rules here basically. We have a max time of 15 minutes. And that's basically it. Here we have the Gimle-class, and we're gonna add the baguette here and see how it goes. All right, here we are, spawned in. The Gimle and the baguette, which is, my god, that thing is pretty elongated. All right, so we just unposted a little bit. Man, that's long. That's so long. Now, I forgot to check how the AI of the baguette was set up. Oh, and here we have the little spy drone. Unfortunately, the Gimle is set up to shoot down drones, if any. So I think it won't survive very long. I think to make this survive, maybe go make it a spacecraft. I turned on the smoothing on the camera here. It feels so weird, like some new camera shenanigans. All right, so let the battle commence. And we're actually having this auto tracking. Oh, this is so cool. The new camera settings, I kind of like them. There are some shenanigans that are not so good with them, but And the laser, of course, the drone is insignificant to use the laser for. But the thing is, when we set it up, we need to make sure that what if the enemy comes with like nukes and stuff? Then it's a good idea. All right. Whoa! Locked onto the wrong shell. The baguette is lining up for some serious broadside action. Let me just pause real quickly and see what's happening. Inside of here we can see we have a... So this is the issue with having belt feds, of course. If they got shot, they'll go boom often. All right. Bam! Explosions. Another turret is gone. One thing I really wonder, however, is how the... oh man, we're stuttering. See the stutters? This is the water pumps. You've seen a lot of my Gimle battles. You'll know this is not what we usually have. The stutters are the water pumps. That's just a thing, unfortunately, with larger ships. And that's because the calculation of the water pumps kind of goes up exponentially. Oh damn! Looks like we lost power. What happened here? Is this a case of an Arquebalista Invictus shooting in here or something? Oh, broken steam pipe. That's why we usually set up our engines to have as little tubing as possible. Now, I know it breaks some of the roleplay values, so there is that, but you know. In any case, one thing I just want to check out, that is what the Arquebalista Invictus is doing a nice day like this. Alright, we are entering slow motion. This will of course go through anything. The baguette is really thin. No! What? Was it despawned because it's too many bullets? Okay, alright. Alright. Or did it just shoot through there? Because here is another one, isn't it? That's not the Arquebalista Invictus, that's one of the other ones. Yeah. Unclear exactly what happens, but it can be so that it's too many bullets in the air, so stuff is kind of despawning. That can happen, definitely. The Honored Baguette is at 71% health. Well, I'm wondering perhaps... like this is yeah, I don't think the baguette in the current state has a good chance to win, but what if we gave it the opportunity to spawn at a closer distance and broadside, as it kinda is set up to work, I suppose, because I think the baguette's maneuverability, being a long boy, is, or actually a long girl. No ships are boys, all ships are girls. That's how it works. In any ways, it's so long it won't be able to turn very well. So I think it has a very hard maneuverability disadvantage, which is one thing we want to punish with that rules, if we're going to be honest, but it will make it impossible to see any fun action, I think. So we're just gonna have a little rematch with the baguette, but sideways. Also, I just thought this was a really cool angle. I want to see that a ship reaches the despawn area before we remove them, so that we are certain about the results. And it happens in 3, 2, 1. There it is. The Gimle has officially won. with 99.7%. Damn. That's not too bad. It's very interesting that, yeah, whatever. We're going to test it the sideways and a little bit closer. All right, so here we have the second battle, or we are at an distance of 1,750 meters, and yeah, the baguette is spawned in 90 degrees instead. So we're gonna see how this works instead then. Getting a little bit of stuttering there. Recon drone is officially out 19 seconds into the battle. And ooh, big explosion. Well, there we had a pretty big explosion. We got the sound of machine guns. Baguette is really working hard here to get some shots in. Let us go over to the Gimle here. And I think it is able to deal a little more damage now, because you can see we're closer. So it doesn't cap the shells that easily this time. Now, there is this thing, however. That also means that the arqueballistas actually reached the target. And they're set to aim underwater. And I think this is actually extra bad for the baguette because it has a lot of important stuff. Pole armor we have in here. That's not best at anything. There are uses where it can be useful to have pole armor, but I would only recommend it in turrets generally, or if you have to have some type of air gap but are desperate for those extra health points, but don't have the space. Yeah, so here we can see the Arqueballista Invictus shot a boiler. Well, now we moved away there. If it destroyed the boiler in particular, and not only the generators, it probably caused a little fire in there as well. Mortars are completely off. Oh man, and now we respawn sideways like this. I wonder if we're having a collision. It seems that the propulsion of the baguette isn't dead yet, but I think it will be soon. I don't know if the baguette has any smoke defenses or shields. I didn't see any in particular, but it may be hidden in the armor and I just didn't notice it. When we were faced with a laser-based design, having shields is good, but smoke is not good. It's like necessary. Also, I highly recommend putting some heavy armor around these turrets, because these turrets are very easily shot down. Here we also see a case of 1 meter necks. You can see this cannon isn't exploded yet, but because it has just 1 meter neck, it's very easy to shoot off. 3x3 neck is a little bit small too, especially on big turrets. It's too little. But 5x5, if you want to have a turret neck, 5x5 works very well. But for most of my turrets, I designed them neckless, thick neck, and a even thicker head. And that works good for me. A lot of people recommend other stuff, so I'll guess you'll have to choose whatever you like. But thick necks look good to me, and they're working pretty well for the Gimle. She is a strong girl. Big explosion. By the way, this like smooth mouse, can you just tell me in the comments if you think this is just annoying or if it's like nice. I think it's slightly annoying to control, but I suspect the video output will be smoother and nicer with this. So it would be good to have a feedback, because if you also think it's a bit annoying, it's obviously completely useless to have it enabled. Well, the baguette did slightly better this time. It's at 94%. The Gimle is at 94%, that is. Last time I think it was a lot higher, maybe? Oh, I already don't remember. But that's because I had a dinner between the battles, so, you know, that happens. Well, the baguette is at 55%. I will say it still fights valiantly on, but the turrets on the baguette are obviously very volatile and easy to kill. Probably it would be better with a EED ejector type of setup. So I would probably up a little bit the gauge on those turrets and make some bigger ones. So a similar turret that could be better is probably this one, the Vigoletta Marksman. It's a 67mm shell, shot with really long shells. They are sabot with a little bit of frag, actually. We can zoom in on one of the shells here, find one. And even though sabot and chemical shouldn't be a very good combo, technically it should be pretty terrible. But I've tested this thing side by side with a lot of other things, and it just performs superior to only kinetic. I have no idea why that even is, but you know, results speak for themselves. Anyways, the honored baguette is probably not feeling extremely honored right now because it is sinking a little bit. So now we know that the baguette is slightly better off with sideways spawning, since it has a little bit slow movement. And it certainly were able to deal more damage to the Gimle here when it spawned closer, since it, well, all the shells, all the damage that it could deal actually reached the Gimle, which is nice. Now, they are hollow point, but very small hollow point shells. So again, I would not recommend having hollow point shells in such a small caliber. At that point, if you'd switched those to heavy heads, it would have been so much better. I believe it would have been so much more useful. Now we're gonna test sabot instead, because I prefer usually sabot for these type of sandblasting setups. But heavy heads can deal more damage technically. So if you're met with a foe that's not strongly armored, using heavy heads instead is the better option. Now, I usually include sabots in those shell, like in the Vigoletta Marksman, just because a lot of people use a lot of heavy armor on their turret. And if they use heavy armor on the turret, and I use one of these, I can set it to aim above water, which this does. So, if perhaps you do know about Hitman, but you don't, this is your first time on the GMODISM channel, I'll tell you that the Gimle combines the Vigoletta shells, the marksman shells, with the laser. So the laser is basically burning and lowering the HP and the armor class on an area, and then the Vigoletta shells are coming in there. This is another little small cannon I have. One is Hesh. This one is shield disruptors. So they come in a little pair to basically kill shields. That's the purpose of it. It's pretty funny. This thing lowers the shield stats a little bit, and they come in constantly. And this thing can detonate Hesh behind the first layer of armor, and that's where people usually have their smoke and shield projectors. So I don't know exactly how effective it is in practice, but in theory, this should be a very nice setup. Now, the gauge on these are a little small though, so they have limited Yeah, but they shoot pretty fast. I don't know. I just wanted to mention that. Let's spawn my Honored Baguette Sabot variant that I just saved a little bit quickly with the same preferred little setup here. So we can just see if it performs any better than the Holopint one. I do think it will perform better, but yeah, maybe I'm wrong. So let's test. Baguette action is back. Now we shall be seeing whatever happens. Oh damn, we got some big cramps coming in here straight from the start. I do think that we should probably be checking out what's happening here. The laser and the Vigoletta matchup, they're set to target hot blocks. Now, I don't think we have any heat decoys here, which can be a good idea to not make your engines be the first thing to die. If you have a lot of shields, of course, the laser and Vigoletta matchup will target the shield projectors usually too, because they are really hot as well. However, that might be a good thing or a bad thing. It's a good thing if you have shields all over the place, like it's shields everywhere. It can be a really bad thing if you have only shields where you have some really important blocks. There we got another one of those there. So you can see we have a lot of piping going on there. That means that the systems get shot down a little bit quicker due to all of that. Well, the lag is a bit there, but you can see the Honored Baguette is at 88%. And the Gimle is down to 95. I really think it seems to be doing a lot better this time. You can see they're really sandblasting through here. Now, the thing that would be really useful for the Baguette is that all of the AI cores didn't aim at different locations. It would actually be beneficial if they all aimed at the same location. Then it could probably, especially if it's set up to target hot blocks, be able to grind down the shields, engines, and stuff like that in a pretty efficient way. The turret that Hitman set up is actually a pretty good turret if you match it with sabot shells. Railgun sabot shells, it's a classic. Rail assist sabot is a classic sandblaster setup. So what he essentially tried to do is have a really spread out type of sandblaster setup. And that is a well-tested and useful build. I'm actually working on a Battleship right now, or I started it 2 months ago. I just haven't give me a break, okay? I have it in my folder. Some of you have seen it on stream, but yeah, that is going to be a spread out type of ship that is relying on sandblasters. Now it's going to be very min-maxed, so it's not going to be rail assist sandblasters. It's going to be pretty slow gunpowder only sandblasters, as people have done some calculations, and apparently it is more efficient to use only gunpowder and not rely anything on rail. Now, I think rail assisted guns are pretty cool. You know that because of the well, Arquebalista Invictus. I like this gun so much. It looks absolutely stupid. It breaks almost all rules of how you should build a turret, and it's very specialized and not very cost efficient. The thing with it though is that it's really good to basically kill people who are lacking in redundancy. So it's not a very nice type of shell really. Look, it's pretty funny. They have a similar shell now. Anyways, it's not a very nice type of shell because honestly, it's a little bit of a, to say, noob clobber, so to say. If anyone gets a ship that is lacking redundancy, and this is something the Baguette does pretty good, it has some redundancy going on there, but a lot of people have lacking redundancies. They might have all the ammo in one place, all the maybe the AI only in one place, but a really big one, or they might have all the batteries in one place, all the fuel in one place, you know, stuff like that. And when people have that type of setup, well, the Arquebalista Invictus can essentially gimp them in one shot. Yeah, that's what's funny with it. But it's also a little bit, you know, you probably get what I mean with noob clobber. The Arquebalista Invictus was very helpful for the Gimle when defeating the Yamato Uborn by Martin Zitopants. Because obviously he put a lot of these systems in one place, which we are changing, of course, in the upgrade/rescue the Yamato series. So we already moved around the battery system and stuff like that. But you can see the Honored Baguette loses this battle as well, but you can see the damage it dealt is significantly better. Just to confirm, however, I do want to pitch the Baguette versus the Baguette Sabot. So we can just confirm if my theory I just talked about for 20 minutes or whatever is true. So for this little battle, we're gonna have the Honored Baguette with a angle of -90 degrees. And we're gonna have the Honored Baguette without Sabot with an angle of 90 degrees, right? Like the team. So I think they should be set up correctly now, because now they will basically not they will basically ride side by side and not drift very far from each other. I think in 1000 meter they should just ride along beside each other, and because they're closer, it will be a little bit more similar to like that Hitman's game rules that allows a lot of shells, because the shells will not be able to exist in the air for so long that they won't despawn essentially. Well, now we're gonna wait for like 3 minutes for this to even spawn. Right, I'm not exactly sure why, but it seems that it's the other way around. It should be 90 degrees. So now they are indeed riding, yeah. Looks like one of the baguettes is trying to escape from the other as well. What? Wait, what? Oh, they were targeting each other's drones first. That's why they dealt no damage. I thought that it almost didn't like spawn or something. Like the shells actually despawn before they hit a target. I guess we can like reach... No, they're alive and well for a long time, so it's not that. But what's the game speed right now? It's like half speed. It's a little bit laggy. Well, that's a lot of shells in the air. It's probably one of the reasons you might not want to buff that allowed shells in the air at the same time limit. Because it, you know, can cause some issues. Now I already forgot which is which. These shells are getting to the one here. And these are the Sabot ones. Okay, so the baguette we are having in front of us is the original hollow point baguette. So so far it looks like my theory holds up. The Honored Baguette with Sabot heads instead of hollow point heads is in the lead with about 5% already, which is really good and important early in battle. We're dealing some pretty effective damage here. You see, those Sabot shells are nasty, dealing a lot of damage. Well, I think perhaps we should follow one of the hollow point shells here and see how the... you can see the blocks are being destroyed a little bit slower. The one advantage with the hollow point shells is that no matter the angle, they will always deal full damage. But usually I wouldn't use hollow point for 100 millimeters and under. Honestly, I probably only use hollow points for maybe like 300 millimeter shells and up, because that's where we're starting to see it taking out chunks of the armor. The Mark II upgrades of the Gimle that will be presented and done. Of course, it will not participate in any of the Gimle battles we have lined up. That's all the regular Gimle. But for the upgrades, which I want to make, learning from all of the battles we had, one of the Arcoballistas is actually going to be a hollow point, because I just tested it for fun, and while it's not an optimal setup, it can really bite super hard for armor designs that are a little bit intentionally narrow or like light, that can actually beat off big chunks, meaning that the laser and other systems like the Vigoletta marksman can get into the core and really grind away much faster. So that's something I want to try to see if that works. Wow, look at that. The Honored Baguette with the sabot is not a little bit better. It's a lot better. 96% here versus the Honored Baguette default setup we're looking at here at 74%. Poor thing. It's gonna die. Well, is it just me, or are these guns a little bit all over the place here? Ooh! Look at that! The original Honored Baguette is sinking. The Sabot Baguette is at 96.7%. And this is why it can be so important to choose the right shell for the guns. It really matters. It matters a lot. One thing I think you should do, that Hitman, you should totally have a little tournament with the baguettes, where you kind of have one heavy head version, you have like a hollow point, the original version, you have a sabot version, and Hesh version. Yep, and I think you should have a pure frag version too, because frag can be surprising. Yeah, so I think you should totally try that and see which shell is the winning baguette design. All right, you know what? I think it would be interesting to see basically how many baguettes does it take to kill the Gimle. Now, I don't know if I can spawn in too many of them, because one of them are causing some stutters, but it would be fun to see. And I guess I should stick to the hollow point baguette, but I feel like I want some sabot baguettes in there too, because I feel a little bit bad for the hollow point baguette. It's not able to bite very hard. I mean, I guess you shouldn't be expected that a baguette will bite hard, because you usually bite it. Maybe the name baguette is somewhat unlucky. It can be that too. You know, a thing that's meant to be eaten. Oh man, can we take 3 baguettes? The Honored Baguette Sabot, and the Honored Baguette. Well, I don't know, maybe my PC crashes? If the video ends now, you know why then. Ladies and gentlemen, this looks truly epic. We have a glorious game speed of almost half speed, which is, well, now we may get into an interesting problem though. Will the baguettes shells reach the Gimle, or will they fire so fast? Oh, that looked like some Civs action, didn't it? Oh damn. The frame rate ain't great. So yeah, that's the thing. I'm not promising to finish this battle. It may be... oh god, this is real bad lag. Well. Oh well. So, I'm wondering if the shells reach here or not. It seems a little bit unknown. Because they are firing, right? All the drones are offline. Oh yeah, we're firing. Alright. So, we obviously should lock on to some random shell. And you don't see the trails, that's why it's so hard to even see them. Do we have the hollow point ones? Oh no. Oh, we almost get... Okay, we're gonna fly a little bit with this one. Nope. Maybe here. And then we can watch in the air here and see. Ah, they despawn around here. Ah, there we have it. So here we have like the... Man, when we have... Oh god damn it. When we have these many baguettes, the shells reach like 500 meter-ish. Are they shooting at this cram though? I think I saw in Hitman's video that they shot at cram shells. I selected the upgraded version of the baguette at least. It's a little bit hard to tell. The shells are a little bit unstable. I wonder if they have... Yeah, I wonder if they have enough recoil absorbers. I didn't check that, honestly. I hardly think that a Vigoletta marksman reaches anywhere either. We can actually check. I'm just gonna need to find a... Just need to find a shell. Oh, there we had one. No! It's impossible to lock on. What am I locked onto now? Well, that's a baguette shot. Oh well. Well, they can't reach realistically. That wouldn't make any sense. We can actually see... Well, at least then, I think that... yeah, it doesn't reach very far. At least then, that Hitman doesn't need to care about the Vigolettas or the Arcoballista Invictuses. It's probably only the cram shells then that are actually alive here. And the laser. Well, one baguette is getting into some close combat action. And it has started to deal a lot of damage against the Gimle. And I suspect that even if I up the like APS cannon shell limit to the max, I'm not sure I could run that battle. I think it might be a little bit too many shells for us to run that. I don't know though, but yeah, I'm gonna stick to my stock rules in the game. I'm thinking they're probably there for a reason, so... Now this poor thing is of course also now getting targeted by the Gimle's APS shells, since that it can reach the Gimle means that the Gimle's APS shells can reach it too. So yeah, some portions of the battle may be edited away, because I think this battle is gonna take a long time. It's been 2 minutes and 12 seconds in game, because the game speed is around half speed right now due to all this lag. Yeah, it's really sad that water pumps are causing this much lag. You know, if we add a single water pump to the Gimle, It needs to use 100,000 power less to just stay at the aesthetically pleasing level that it's set to stay at. Just staying at the like floatiness altitude of just around the waterline of the what is it called, anti-fouling paint, that red stuff. Just making sure that the red stuff is just underwater and the other stuff is above water makes the Gimle spend 100,000 engine power on. it's pretty insane. And the annoying thing is that I thought that, oh, I'm gonna be real smart. I'm gonna have a water pump inside the Gimle, and it's only gonna be activated when the Gimle is not in combat, because then it won't cause lag. So I added that, made some ACBs, turning them like disabling or enabling it whenever the Gimle was in combat or not. It turns out that the presence of a water pump, if it's activated or not, doesn't matter. It still causes stuttering. It doesn't stop doing the calculations really, even though. Yeah, so that was quite annoying, so I couldn't even add that. So yeah, if we are going to have the Gimle in the Nether campaign, well, I guess it will just cost a lot of material existing then. I guess that's fine. Right, so the Gimle is at 98%, and the baguettes are at 87, and one is at 83, which happens to be the Sabot baguette. Bad for the Sabot baguette, because the Sabot baguette is the strongest biter of them all. I wonder if we will get some baguette bisection action. I guess we'll see. I don't think so, because the laser is set up to not shoot at things underwater, because obviously lasers don't do very well underwater. Yeah, so probably we're not going to see any baguette section, but yeah, it would be a little bit fun. That has to be said. Ooh. I like how this baguette is just straight out trying to escape. Ooh. And it's being targeted with a auxiliary laser system. Now, due to the laser being a vulnerable part, like the laser cannon output, the Gimle doesn't have super resistant lasers like that. It really doesn't, but it has 3 outputs, 2 turrets and a side port, so they can switch a little bit, target like this. Wonder what it shoots at. It's like it thinks that the baguette may be here. Who knows? I'm going to think that the baguettes may start to escape the bounds. I don't know if they have a max range set up, but if it goes too far away, it will of course start gaining DQ points, which will mean they will just spawn. Well, we have some more laser action here. I don't think 3 baguettes will take down the Gimle, unfortunately. And unfortunately, I don't think I can have 4 baguettes. It already stutters a little bit too much, and our game speed, like, my computer is a little bit not satisfied with this amount of baguettes on the menu today. So yeah, we'll see how this goes, but I don't think we can have a 4 baguette battle. It just, yeah, I'll need a NASA spaceship computer for that. I'll guess one of the GMODists with very nice computers that have helped us record some stuff before, Susu, Kovacs, could perhaps help us and do some test battle recordings possibly on how many baguettes we can have to take down Gimle. But if any of you have the time to do so, you can report for service. If you don't, well, then we are not going to have that test done. And that's fine too. Oh no! Look at this thing! Look at this thing! It's gotten a couple of those gauge increases destroyed, so now it fires at a lower caliber, I think. I must say that the turn rate for the baguettes is actually surprisingly fast considering how long this is. Now, I do believe this is the small array of hydrofoils here in the front that is helping out with this, but yeah. Well, all the baguettes are down to about 78% there. The laser is of course switching targets all over the place here. From previous battles, I do think that the Gimle will definitely probably take this home. Yeah, most likely. I think the issue for the baguette roll here is that it deals too little damage, and then the laser and APS systems, they're set up to target above water, and above water the baguette basically has unarmored turrets, and this obviously makes it so that, well, the turrets get shot down pretty quickly, which means that its ability to deal damage is of course not a lot. Now, is it just me, or are the baguettes running away? It feels like, it looks like they're running away and that the Gimle is trying to chase them. They're starting to get really far away. Like, seriously, aren't they gonna reach that penalty points range anytime soon? I would expect, but I guess we'll see. The Hall of Feasts. I like this little locking on mode. We can use the lock on mode with the camera here for the battles. We can't use the other cameras. No, seems not. It's only the lock on camera. Oh well. Oh damn, sorry. You're not meant to do that, I think. Right. 73, 70, 75. Yeah. The Gimle hasn't taken any damage for quite some time here, it feels like. The baguettes are running away, so we'll see. I think if you really want to have this type of like really maxed RPM DPS setup, it's probably smart to make the ship be a little bit set up to have close combat, because then less shells would despawn. I think actually it could be a pretty good idea. Yeah. So here is some suggestion. If you want to make a close range baguette, I would make that baguette a hydrofoil, so it gets real fast. Swap to some sandblaster shells like Sabot, and swap out half of those turrets with flamers, and I think would have a flame in a very scary baguette actually. One of the honored baguettes is the funny number 69%. Another baguette has reached the funny number 69% health. I think it's pretty hilarious that the strongest point of the baguette is actually its aesthetical quality. It's so unexpected, since the videos I've seen from that Hitman is more about like finding ways to optimize and deal a lot of damage while spending very little materials, like that pole arm ram system. That I think that was the first thing that came up that I thought was really funny. So I didn't expect the baguette to be a work of art with like full walkable interiors, a lot of decoration, and like, yeah, I didn't know that that Hitman was basically a like realism detail mimic builder. That was a little bit unexpected, but a very nice surprise. And I love that they're color coded too, like the areas. That's a very nice touch. I would definitely want to see a like ship from that Hitman that's basically his best efforts of making a awesome looking battleship that's meant to be really awesome looking only, and not like very efficient necessarily. But like, it's cool if it's that too, but when you're focusing on making things look aesthetically, you can have a lot more creative freedom. Like, maybe you need to have thinner armor to be able to have a lot of interior compartments and stuff like that, because the interior compartments in the baguette, they're actually great. Well, some health is getting lower there, so we'll see how this battle develops, but the Gimle is still at 96%. You can see the Gimle slicing by here. Its armor being a little bit sad on the side here. Look at those stutters, man. Man, finally, we're going to see what it leads. We're on the Arquebalista shell, of course. Finally able to catch one. I want to see if they even hit something, like if they despawn or not, because now the baguettes are almost... now the baguettes are pretty damaged, so I think that means that shells will despawn a little bit less frequently. Well, that continues there. I think the RPM in the air is a lot lower than it usually is. Oh, damn. We have a sinking baguette. One baguette is officially dying. It's despawning as we speak. And this baguette ain't looking extremely happy either. Right now it seems to not really exist a very happy baguette, to be honest. This one has no turrets anymore. No. Yeah, it's probably despawning any second too. You know what, I think we can conclude here that 3 baguettes are not able to beat the Gimle. At least not when we have the default game projectile limit and use the Gimle's standard battle rules. For unofficial battles, of course, because the baguette... one baguette is a little bit too expensive, and it has some blocks and stuff that the Gimle official battles don't allow. But with those rules, we can say that the baguette can't win it. It seems it will not be able to do it. But perhaps with a couple of fixes and polishes to it, it might be able to do that. I think it has the potential to be a lot stronger, as you saw with my little example of swapping out the hollow point with a sabot shell. Ironically enough, the sabot baguette is the first one to die, so make with that what you will. Friendly reminder, have you liked the video already? I hope so. Oh my lord. This thing took some time to spawn in. And when I say some time, it's not hours, but if I had my old computer, it might have been that. This took some time to spawn in. This is an absolutely meme build. And I just absolutely cannot fathom that this thing is legal. So there is nothing that forbids this design. This is the 1 kilometer wonder by a real actual human. And it's a very important information, is that they're a real actual human and not a crow. Yeah, if you were wondering about that. So it's very important that you're not confusing that. Anyways, this is the 1 kilometer wonder, and you might understand why this is a wonder. How is this legal? It's absolutely insane. This is, of course, it's meeting the maximum block criteria. It has a width of 1,259 meters, which is, of course, why it's a wonder. Anyways, I think we should be checking out it a little bit more here. You can see we have a block count that is actually not at all as much as the Gimle. We have, of course, a really big size, and it's a missile-based system. So the missile is the main type of weapon system here. This network underneath the ship, I would suspect we have some decoys here, but I don't know why this exists. It's possible that this thing down here exists only to provide some type of floating capability. That's possible too. This thing is of... Wait, what? Is it damaged? Oh no, wait. Why? This looks like a mess. It's an absolute mess. I wonder if it's been copy-pasted, probably, yeah. Probably been copy-pasted in weird methods. So yeah, so here we have a AI mainframe, properly armored like that. Okay. And here we have some ammunition, I see. It's probably not gonna damage anything when it blows up. And here we have missile systems. So we have an active radar seeker, we have fins, APN guidance, reinforced bodies, explosives, one-turns, variable thruster. And we have a lot of stuff here. This is... we have... what? Why? Or do we have 2 APN guidance? This doesn't make any sense. You don't need 2 APN guidances. It will not help you at all. You only need 1 APN guidance. Okay, this is weird. Now, I don't know if our real, actual human, absolutely not a crow, has played the game for a long time. But to me, it looks like a noob mistake, if I'm gonna be honest here. Having 2 ape... or please tell me in the comments why we could have 2 APN guidances, because if there is any use to it, I have no idea about it. Let's see here. Do we have missiles too? I wonder if they're like just clipping through these blocks by being launched. Oh yeah, there probably are. That's like semi-cheese, to be honest, but yeah, not bad enough. And yes, as said, for future battles and stuff like that, I will point everyone towards a rule session in video form instead, so that there are no misunderstandings. But it's hard. It's so hard to write rules for battles if you don't want those rules to be like 10 pages, and I don't want that. I want the rules to be accessible. Anyways, we have some rubber here to prevent ramming, I suppose. Nice. This thing has no repair bots, but it has 12 AI mainframes. I'll speak about redundancy. So yeah, I'm going to degrade my settings to the worst possible and try to load this in together with the Gimle and, well, join the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM and maybe the game doesn't crash if you decided to do that. I don't know. So now I know that you did not consider joining the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM because the game crashed. So consider it. If, of course, you want to and you are able to. At least like the video and maybe it doesn't crash. I've been waiting for about 2 minutes now, so, well, we'll see. So, thanks for considering the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM. We didn't crash. 1 Kilometer Wonder by Real Actual Human. Look at this thing. This is absolutely silly. What the hell? Okay, whatever. So we're just gonna unpause the game here. Man, we need the bisection system to kill this thing. This is absolutely insane. Oh man, we can't deal with this. Oh, look at these missiles coming in there. Oh, damn. That's so many. That is so many. Did you notice that the armor cost is only 10% for the 1 Kilometer Wonder? And for the Gimle, it's 40%, and that's not super much. Oh my god, look at this. Yeah, this is like a real hacking strat. Oh damn. Ah. Well, I guess we're gonna steer the ship from blind now. What can we do? Oh damn. Oh no. Oh no. Ah. This is bad. Oh yes. This is absolutely insane. Okay. So, since our crams are not proximity detonation, I think the chance of the crams even hitting anything is pretty low, to be honest. The only thing we can hope for is, I suppose, that the fire helps us, making this thing burn down and dividing it up in little smithereens that can be digested and, you know, eliminated in general. Oh damn, that's so many missiles. We have no chance of taking on this. Oh, look at this. 1 minute and 3 seconds. I know that our elevated GMODist Kovrax is sitting in the comments field and hoping that it is not able to beat the Gimle faster than one of the designs. I will not say its names because the Exerfire and Wildfire has so similar names. What were they called that? I think so. That I fear that I will, you know, mess it up. Look at that. They're just launched through this. This is super weird. Where the fires start, the fires remain. But this thing will lose a lot of health whenever a section is cut off. I do not believe that is a likely case. However, the Gimle at 80% about, man, it's going behind the 1 Kilometer Wonder. This is very interesting. I casually feel that the Vigoletta Marksman is probably the system that's doing the most amount of damage. If we just check here, each shot of the marksman that's actually hitting something probably destroys a couple, more like one wooden block maybe? No, not even that. Who knows? Oh well. Man, it's so unlikely that we even hit anything. The laser is doing all of the heavy lifting here. But I do wonder if the 1 Kilometer Wonder is perhaps... I'm surprised that crams actually hit anything. But anyways, I wonder if the 1 kilometer wanderer is not able to aim at something that's behind of it. Oh damn. Oh no. Is it set up to not fire anywhere? Are you kidding me? Is the army of GMODISM, Gimle-class battleship, having a sliver of a chance of winning this? That is very interesting. I would not have expected that. Wait. It's lagging so much. I think the Gimle has maybe shot off a structural section, perhaps? This is very interesting. The Gimle is actually in the lead right now. I would not suspect that. Look at this poor gal, though. Look at it. Look at it. She is very, very sad. Look at the size. We just have so many missiles hitting the side here. That she's still alive is a very impressive thing. I think it may be chance, however. So yeah, we're gonna see. I'm a little bit curious though. Will the Arcuballista Invictus be able to shoot at a target that's sitting still? Yeah, maybe. It is able to shoot at a target that sits still, even though there are very few blocks to hit. Well, maybe. The Arcuballista Invictus actually can save the Gimle here. That would be absolutely amazing, but maybe it can. It would be absolutely insane, but it's possible, of course, since we are in such a sharp angle, it could shoot off structures potentially. Having the mortars hit anywhere is probably very unlikely. But to me, it's so surprising. It is so surprising that the 1 kilometer wanderers missiles do not shoot when it's out of the proper bearing. That is a completely devastating little detail. Because right now it means that the laser can deal full damage. We have fires, we have tiny fires all over the place. I would suspect that the 1 kilometer wanderer was a lot stronger before the fire update. Even though the laser causes fire damage, the fire isn't staying for too long. And that's probably why the Gimle needs some arson lasers next. Oh, this is crazy. No, the Gimle should be getting into firing range. There has to be some missile system that's intact, right? Or did the Gimle kind of EMP away something? That would be absolutely insane. If the Gimle did EMP away some stuff. Maybe. Since I don't know how it is, maybe the 1 kilometer wanderer can actually shoot at different angles. Perhaps it can, but maybe the Gimle shot off some of her important bits so that stuff is not working in general. Well, I suppose that real actual human will tell us in the comment section. Damn. 60%. It didn't shoot when we came around. The Gimle is winning the first battle. That is so enormously surprising to me. I would not expect that. And now we hit the magical point in 3, 2, 1, go. the Gimle has officially won the first battle. The 1 kilometer wonder, it looks like a foundation, like a steel structure foundation for a big concrete building or something. Man. Well, we're gonna see if the Gimle was just lucky, or if the 1 kilometer wonder will lose once again and thus be put in the loser's bracket. We shall see. The second round, let's go. The missiles have been launched. And we got some, I believe we got some heat decoys and stuff in the, oh no, maybe we don't. Maybe it's just the missile is hotter, probably. Anyways, we shall be seeing what type of damage is being dealt towards the Gimle right now. Oh damn, 93%. This first volley is absolutely brutal. We haven't even pointed ourselves towards the 1 kilometer wonder, and you can see we're missing so many blocks to the side here. If the Gimle was not a one-sider, I don't think it would have had much of a chance. Well, but the weapon systems, especially the auxiliary ones, are really good at taking out these missiles. They're flying fast with their double APN guidance. And again, the 1 kilometer wonder is of course in the lead in this early stages of the battle. Now is the question, will it continue to deal damage towards the Gimle? Or will the Gimle find a way to make it not shoot back anymore? This will be very interesting indeed. 84% versus 96. So it's really looking good for the 1 kilometer wonder, but it lost the previous battle. So we shall see. We really don't know what is about to happen here. Look at that. Looking like a lot of bad news to me. Oh, and now we have no cockpit anymore. That's probably because of some radar decoy. Hate when it happens. The other radar decoy, where was it? Well, it's gone. Looks like the pack turret is holding on for dear life by now. And once again, the 1 kilometer wonder. Oh no, it fires. It fires. Ladies and gentlemen, the thing fires. Oh, damn. '90s, 69% versus 93. This is bad for the Gimle. This time the Gimle is not having any luck. It seems that we luckily disabled some very important system early on, maybe, in the battle last time. And now we were not so lucky. We shall indeed see. Do we have any missiles loaded here? We don't right now. Here they come. Here they come. 66%. This is looking bleak for the Gimle, if you know what I mean. Look at this thing. Poor Gimle getting swarmed by missiles. This is absolutely insane. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Oh, damn. Well, 60%. Will the 1 kilometer wonder shoot another volley? They will shoot another one, and here it comes. Oh no. The Gimle only have 5% of health left until it's despawning. This is truly worthy of some slow motion action. Would you not agree? Look at this. Bam. The explosion radius here and there is taking its toll. The radar guidance system is of course spreading out naturally, and the Gimle is closing in towards 55%. That means it needs to be decided in a third round, which is the ultimate champion in this little battle. The Army of GMODISM's Gimle-class or the 1 kilometer wonder by Real Actual Human. Yeah, 55 point. Oh, the Gimle is dead. Turn on full time. The poor thing is despawning. Too many blocks have been lost. It doesn't matter that the Gimle fights back. It's just too damaged. Too damaged. So, it will be up to the third round. Is the 1 kilometer wonder or the Gimle's combat capabilities the superior ones? It's 1-1 so far. Alright, here we have the round that will decide the fate of the 1 kilometer wonder. So we're gonna stay here with the Gimle-class and enjoy this little battle. I do suspect for the Gimle's point of view, it's extremely important what we're deciding to hit first. Whatever the block is targeting on first is the absolute most important thing here, I believe. We have so many missiles incoming. Ooh. Joe, damn, that's a lot of luck there. Oh, maybe not. Look at that. We lost our main anti-missile system there. That is not good at all. It's pretty close so far, but here comes the next volley. Oh, the diff flags are desperately taking out these missiles, but there are just so many of them. It's absolutely insane how many of them there are. Look at that. And the time to spawn in this thing, it's brutal, man. So about a 10% lead for the 1 kilometer wonder. But everything boils down to, will the 1 kilometer wonder not be able to shoot the Gimle when it's moving in weird angles? 82 versus 95. And the next volley is indeed incoming. This is pretty crazy. This is a lot of damage. Honestly, the laser feels like the only thing doing something proper. Did I just miss some of them, but... No? I'm wondering, like, are we not having more volley soon? How slow can it be to reload a missile? It almost looks like they have... Yeah. Anyways. The Gimle is not looking in too good shape either. Oh my god, look at this poor thing. This is, by the way, the third last Gimle battle in the official brackets before we will be moving on to the tournament, the losers bracket tournament, which is probably going to be streamed live on Twitch, as we do usually stream from that. Alright then. 69% for the Gimle-class, and 90% for the 1 kilometer wonder. Oh no. Oh no. It's once again looking pretty bleak for the game lab. It's so unlikely we'll turn this around. Oh damn, look at this thing. The 1 kilometer wonder is quite close at being bisected like this. That would absolutely make the Gimle win. However, that's not the case. The Gimle is at 55.1% and is milliseconds away from despawning. Right? Right? Oh yeah, right. The next volley of missiles hath indeed been spotted on the horizon, and the Gimle is 100% super messed up. It's gonna get so wrecked. Look at this thing, 50%. Bits are falling off. The volley isn't halfway through. Man, 40%. Wow. The Gimle is indeed losing this battle, the 1 kilometer wonder being left at 88.3%. So, very good job. We will be seeing the 1 kilometer wonder in the losers, no, the winners bracket, indeed. Yes. So you should absolutely shake in your boots if you have anything in the winners bracket. Yeah. I just can't get over how silly this looks. Like, look at the size difference.
So here she is. This is the very large build by Martin Zitopants, which is the Yamato scale 2:1, I think it is. So it is attempting to basically be a rebuild of a World War II Japanese kind of almost super battleship, I think. It's one of the larger ones that were made. And yeah, it's pretty darn big and it's pretty darn cool. Now, if I don't misremember, I think this is an earlier kind of deco build that has been refurbished to be useful for campaign use. Now, I have it in my watch later list, but I haven't watched Martin Zitopants' full video of beating the Nether. I probably will do that. I'm just thinking, do I want to spoil anything that might happen in the campaign that I should have started for so long ago but just didn't? Or do I want to watch the video? And right now I'm leaning towards watching the entire video. Anyways, this is a very cool and interesting looking build. It is very beautifully crafted, the superstructure, and most parts of it. It's a little bit sharp and janky around the edges, but when you look at the general shape of this thing, I think it's done a pretty good job at remaking it. Now, I'm not a historical ship nerd, so I can't really speak for how accurately it resembles the real sunken Yamato, but it's a scale from 2:1, so I'm just assuming it's very accurate. Because otherwise, why bother even calling it that? Right, so we're gonna check out this ship here and see what's happening, what we have for parts. And this Gimle battle, it's obviously an unofficial battle, because as you can see here, this one costs 5 million materials. And the Gimle-class, she is only clocking in at 2.2 million. And this is like 5.1 million, so it's a lot more expensive. If it's really capable in combat, we will attempt to run one of this against 2 of the Gimles to have a more fair fight. Anyways, let us check this thing out. It's 500 meter long. That's insane. That's a large one. Yeah, and the firepower is, let's see here, we got a pretty APS and cram heavy system there. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay.
I'll need to spawn in the Gimle later to just compare these stats. But if we check this out, we will of course need to spawn as Rambot inside of here. And if you missed the updates, the Rambot is kind of optional now, just so you know. It's really cool. I was going to say it's really cool that the ship is walkable, but yeah, so I guess it's cool that there is a bridge. Right, so if we get back to Rambot, I think it's yeah, it's pretty empty like this. So yeah. Anyways, you know what I think we should do? I think we should broadside. We should just launch some of our guns and just fire a little broadside. Yeah, very nice. So we can then enjoy the full range of the cannons here. If you can see them just poking up there. Looks pretty scary to me. Anyways, we should be checking out some of these weapons here and see how they are made. I didn't check out any of Frogman's builds beforehand, so I do not quite know exactly what it's in this thing. Now, I saw that Borderwise did take a look at his builds, so I did have that in the background and listened to it, but I wasn't watching that, so this is the first time for me that I'm actually seeing this. Okay, so we're gonna do a cut below then. It's yeah, okay. So here we can see this part of the ship is very thin. The deck, we have a big slab of alloy, it seems, maybe for float, not quite sure. I don't know as of the experience level of Martin Sitopants of building ships in From the Depth. He has played the game on and off for quite some time, so I don't know how many hours he has, but I will say it's a little bit... there are some beginner mistakes here and there, so that is, you know, to be expected. From the Depth is a really hard game, and yeah, he plays a lot of different games and streams them and stuff like that. So I mostly do From the Depth, so yeah. And a lot of people playing From the Depth do that as well. Interesting, we have an air spall catcher on the underside in case of torpedoes coming from below. I have yet to see that being used in combat in an effective way, but you know, better safe than sorry. But it's a very thick bottom. Much material is going wasted there. Now we have some pretty vulnerable turret necks. If you've seen any of my videos before, you know that I do not like to use turret necks as a concept, but it's decent, you know. We have some connections that can be easily broken off, but at least we have a multi-barrel system, so it will be a little bit resilient. And we also have this big empty space here. So yeah, the entire thing won't get destroyed. Now, I would definitely have some more armor in front of the turret. We don't need as much in the back, and it looks like Martin thought that way too. But I would actually have a sheet of heavy armor in the front. That's where to use heavy armor. Using heavy armor to protect ammunition is rarely a good idea. It's better to just spread them out to a part that doesn't matter very much. Like fill this area with ammo and it's no problems. Anyways. Oh yeah. A little funny thing we're probably gonna do, we're probably gonna set up some like web page with some questionnaires and education in citation marks, you know, just to provide some, you know, funny From the Depth diplomas, because I got that idea when I watched Martin Sitopants' video, and he scrolled by a lot of tutorials, and you know, I kind of recognized a lot of those thumbnails, so I thought it would be a really good idea. Cool idea to, what if we just make a site that kind of makes fake From the Depth education diplomas? Not fake, of course, it's there's gonna be a questionnaire. Alright, here we have some really nice proper EMP insulation. That's good. That's good. You'll need to have EMP insulated lasers, or you're gonna be very sad, and it looks like this block is entirely sealed and insulated in EMP, which is a very good idea. And I also think the heavy armor use in this case, it's a good one. Right, so we have steam engines and azipods in a nice little mix. Looks very cool. It's after all a replica build. So of course we need to have some things that are mostly there for the looks and not as much there for the use cases. Now I wonder, oh, I see. Okay, so here we have a little beginner's mistake here. We would have needed to open up this here. They need at least one block free. Right now the steam engine there is actually suffocating itself, so it won't work very well. Well, very nicely EMP insulated little AI core there. That's really nice. However, we only have one AI core. We should have at least 3 AI cores for a size like this. Looks like all steam engines have a little clogging problem, so that's not great, but, you know, it's a complex game. Anyways, having multiple AI cores is pretty necessary, because if this AI core gets shot, this ship is out of the game. If it had multiple, it wouldn't necessarily die. So another good thing is that we want different targeting computers. So for example, the CRAM cannons should have an aiming set up to aim at clusters of blocks, and the APS cannons might aim at hot blocks, stuff like that you can do. So let's see here. Do we have... I'm just a little bit curious. We have a lot of general processing cards here. Ew. And here we have an automated control block. Oh, we have a shield switch. That's nice. I suppose the turn on the shields are here, yeah? Okay. Very nice. I'm not sure if I just miss it, but I can't find another area where we have some CPU and processing, stuff like that. So that's not great. It looks like we have some issues there because, yeah, you can see here that we haven't set up a specific aiming priority, and that would definitely be needed for a ship like this to have a chance of winning. I don't know actually, but right now, I don't think... I'm not gonna say anything. We'll see, we'll see. Alright, so here we can see what type of shells do we have here. We have a kinetic shell, sabot head solid. This looks like a damage dealing shell, right? This is probably not a accuracy... This is probably not the Civs cannon, is it? Because the shell kind of looks like it's a Civs cannon. It is not a Civs cannon. Okay. Now this shell is... It lacks an emergency ejection defuse, so this thing will still blow up if it gets shot. So this is not very well set up. This turret will be some fireworks, I think. Anyways, it's also a little bit more set up like a Civs shell. Alright. But we'll surely deal a good damage while it lasts. I do think that. And here, what we have here. We have another kinetic one here. Okay. What is this then? Then we have a frag. This is a better shell. It has an emergency ejection defuse as well, which is nice. Munition. Okay, timed fuse. Well, seems to be alright. A little short, maybe. High explosive head. Well, for all I know, there might be some kind of thing that does provide a little bit of switching shells using breadboard. I kind of doubt that, but I'm also not very good at breadboard, so I wouldn't know. Anyways, we have some shape charge on this main construct here. That's interesting. My god. I hope From the Depth new camera update and all will work decently. Alright. And it might be interesting too I didn't think of that, but there may be a different ammo on this side. No, it's not. Okay, well done. Alright, looking at the main cram cannons here, we can see that we have a pretty interesting setup with a lot of high explosives and some frag. Now, this is... it has a very good amount of recharge rate. This is in the optimal territory, stats-wise, for a 200mm gun. I'll do some future tutorials, by the way, about that if you want to learn more in detail. I have some older ones, but I'm in the process of remaking them. But how to build your first ship, the APS and the armor tutorial, they're freshly remade and good to watch if you are wanting to get into this game. Alright, anyways, the shell health here is a little bit low. I do think that anti-munition systems will be able to shoot down these crams. But it's cool that we have so many barrels there. It looks really nice. And here we have some extra side cannons, which is the armor piercing with the frag. Okay, well that's nice. So this shell here, a little thin turret neck here. This is a very vulnerable design. But, well, it seems to be set up in a good way with ejectors and ejection defuses, so they won't blow up. And we got some side railguns there, and why are you complaining here? Trajectory. Okay, that's just for show blocks. Then we have some weird stuff going on here. These rangefinders will obviously not quite work. You can see this is disabled because, this is still disabled because this needs to have line of sight from both of the outputs. So you can think there is like a little laser coming out of each of these, and they're kind of meeting at a point and getting back to each other, and then you can kind of get some kind of, Anyways, this kind of lacks this, so they are completely useless there. And this one is... what? Oh my god. This is upside down and semi-blocked. Okay. Looks like this is gonna have crap detection. Or that's just for show, okay. Yeah, the detection needs to be a little bit fixed here. We don't seem to have very many trackers working on the turrets. Perhaps they were a little bit quickly built, or... it's not the most easy game, it really isn't, so it can be easy to miss stuff like that, but definitely that is an issue. This one has a line of sight at least, which is good. And we have some laser antennas here on the top. I think we should remove this little cutaway view. Oh no! Martin, you need to look at the components and read the text. This one is also disabled. This is useless. This is useless. Oh no. This is working. That's good. We have at least one tracker to the side here. That's good. Yeah. The detection isn't set up in an optimal way, but we got some redundancy, so it will be able to at least see the enemy. That's good. I hope it has some detectors. Oh, look at that. This one is the right way at least. Okay, that's good. So they might be a little bit semi-blocked, but I don't know why they're reverse on some turrets. This is so confusing. Well, I think we'll be able to detect the enemy. So it's at least gonna work in combat. It's just gonna be a little bit suboptimal. Yeah. This one is there. Oh, maybe it was just one. Okay. Never mind then. So there was just one of the turrets that had a little bit of a scuffed. I changed one around, I think, but yeah, the rangefinders still have some problems there. They're not gonna work. So most of the detection is a little bit scuffed, but I don't see very many cameras. It makes me a little bit worried. Maybe we have some hidden cameras behind inside of here. Inside from here we should have had some cameras, I think. Maybe we got some on top here. kind of worried that it will struggle a little bit with detection. It has a lot of good tracking, but it has not a lot of good detection. Anyways, it feels like the top... Is this like the full... Can we just repair this thing a little bit? It feels like it lacks the top a little bit. Huh, strange. Anyways, we should be getting into battle. We've been rattling on for far too long. I'm just gonna check some values. Well, here we have the Army of GMODISM's Gimle-class battleship. It is a tad bit smaller. It's 300 meter and this is 500, and it's a good bit cheaper. This is 2.2 million, which is very expensive from the depth, by the way. It's more expensive than most people build. So the Gimle does have a higher armor cost here. The cram firepower is only 10,000. No, 1,000. What am I saying? Which is half of the almost of the one here. However, the Martin Sinopant's Yamato does have some pretty weak cram shells. They will be shot down by lambs a little bit, I think. 2,100. That's a lot of firepower there. We don't have that much APS, only 400 there. So we're gonna see. If you look statistic and cost-wise, Martin Sinopant's Yamato, wow, look at it, 5 million. It has so much firepower. So obviously, our funny frogman is not the most well-versed from the depth builder, and you know, I really sucked at this game really bad until like 2 years ago, which, yeah, it is a hard game to get into. You need to spend like years of playing it to make something remotely work, which is absolutely insane. But that's kind of how it is. So I'm not saying anything about that. I have more than 2,000 hours in this game. So yeah, it takes some time. And I have been nitpicking on a lot of different things there. But you can clearly see that the Yamato does have a much bigger cost. It's much more expensive and it has much more firepower. So in all realisticness, this thing should win here. Now, on the aesthetical part, I think some portions of this look a little bit unfinished. I would like to have some smoothened out areas and stuff like that. But the general shape of it is really nice. I do like that. But let us see how it performs in battle. Martin Sinopant's Yamato, what is it? Replica build. So exciting. And if you're new to the GMODISM channel, I will just show you a little bit of my rules here. They're gonna spawn 3,000 meters apart. We're gonna bump up the materials in this battle because I don't know how efficient the Yamato is. And here we have the rules here, so it's a time limit of 15 minutes. And we have some different despawn rules that we've been using for the Gimle battles. And if this is the first video you watch of the Gimle battles, it's a little challenge where people have sent in ships to battle the Gimle, and then I've also taken up a good amount of ships that have not been sent in but already exists. And here we have another example of a ship that already, or it's kind of new, but I just wanted to add it anyways because I wanted to take a look at Martin Sinopant's Yamato. Now this usually takes ages to load these battles, so I'll be sitting here for some minutes. While I'm doing that, I just wanted to say I completely forgot to check out how many decos the Yamato uses. I saw some using for wires and railings and stuff like that, because that's not the feature in From the Depths, that's mimicry and decorations. Anyways, very cool to see such a big rebuild of the Yamato, and I'm so looking forward to test it against the Gimle. Oh my god, here we are. We're gonna enter the graded mood so fast. Here we have the glorious Funny Frogman Yamato versus the Army of GMODISM's Gimle-class battleship. Let the battle commence. Alright, I feel I feel like we'll have to slow down the time here and see a little bit what happens in slow motion. We can see we already have some pretty quick shells coming in here from the Yamato. Frying the front of the Gimle here. Very interesting. Now, that is a scary laser, and we have a good bit of underwater fire there. Very interesting to see. You might be wondering why we're spawning this in front, with the front each against each other. And that is because if you don't do that, ships tend to go away so far that the battle will be very boring to watch. Looks like my diff civs system, direct input fed APS shells, is moving in and intercepting these crams. Yeah, and it does so much damage that the cram shells are indeed deleted. That is the problem with having lower health shells like that. We're gonna move back to full speed because I want to see what's happening with the Yamato over there. Okay, it's looking pretty sturdy. I may had put too much criticism on it. Who knows? Here we have the first cram hits. The Gimle is, as you saw, a cram heavy design. However, technically, the Yamato has more firepower for these crams. I do, however, think that the Gimle's crams are more effective battle-wise due to actually getting to the target and not getting deleted by lambs or stuff like that. Oh, and with the latest update, the mortars have been boosted in tracking accuracy. So now the mortars should actually be more accurate. This is of course a best of 3, so next battle, we are going to put this in slow-mo mode. No, not slow-mo mode, just kidding. It's slow enough that it is. We're gonna put it at the lowest possible settings, so enjoy the visual quality right now, because it will not last. Indeed, it will not. Ooh. We'll just have to zoom in on these cram shells. Here you can see they're coming in slow motion. We're penetrating and exploding inside of the superstructure. EMP surges. All right. What is going on here at the Gimle? Ooh, we have so many fires. We have very many sad fires here. Scary penetrating shells. They are very close in terms of health, which is pretty interesting. The Gimle is a real big ship. By the way, we need to pause. We need to check the Arqueballista Invictus. This is a true penetrator cannon. It fires extremely penetrating shots. And we're gonna find out what the Arqueballista Invictus is dealing with today. It's set up to shoot at things underwater. And we're watching this in the slowest game speed possible. Alright. Alright. What are we killing here? Some material boxes. And there, the shell lost kinetic energy. Alright. So looks like the material boxes actually took most of the blunt. It's very funny because the Arqueballista Invictus is able to take out some pretty scary ships if they are not redundant. Ooh, look at that. Looks like the lambs are pretty darn strong here on the funny frogman's Yamato. It's zapping out these shells. Well, I guess some of the cram shells coming in there is mostly decoy shells to trick enemy diff civs to trigger, since they only have 5 shots per battle basically. If you're new, that must sound very complex, but fear not, there is an instant tutorial playlist with some good tips and more tips coming too. No, this is pretty funny. Now we can use the new like camera control to track. It's working. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit hard getting used to the new camera, but overall I think it's an upgrade because I just remember how hard it was to learn how to get the camera working, double tapping E and all that, which is finally gone, I hope. There are some things that need fixing, but, well, hopefully that comes later. Right, so the Yamato is actually in the lead here with 91%, with the Gimle-class at 90. We'll need to see what's happening here. Oh, we are very much degraded mode. You can see the Gimle's lambs are able to zap the cram shells incoming, which is very vital because these crams do a lot of damage. They just have so little health, they're easy to deal with. Oh. Very interesting to see. I wonder, we should probably just pause the game a little bit and do a quick damage assessment. The Gimle-class is down to 89%. So, do we have... Looks like none of our main guns are missing. Oh yeah, we have one of our laser outlets are missing. As long as this laser outlet is alive... Ew. Look at that. Oh yeah, okay. So the Gimle's laser is actually disabled. It looks like the connection network for the laser may be broken. Because I didn't see it fire recently. Huh? No. Maybe the lamps are just busy then. That seems to be okay. We got some damaged cram cannons, but thanks to the very redundant 3D Tetris and a little shield of heavy armor in front of them, they are still mostly well and active. The Arcoballista system seems to be well and alive still as well, which is very scary for the Yamato since we have a lack of redundancy there. Right. Very interesting. If I don't misremember, I think the fate of the Yamato was having all the ammo at one place or something like that, leading to a chain reaction, which is could be described as lack of redundancy. So I guess that's a feature that still remains. But not in that case, because the ammo, of course, was actually set up using heavy armor as shielding, so that's not gonna be destroyed, but I'm thinking more of the engines. Alright, we have targeted here. Oh, this cram cannon is a little bit sad, and you can see that it looks like some of the crams are getting through here. I was assuming an easy win for the Gimle, just looking at the setup of the weapons, but then I got a little bit uncertain when I looked at the extreme firepower of Martin Zito Pants Yamato. It has so much firepower, and it is more than twice as expensive as the Gimle, so I will not be sad if the Gimle loses, but I still have hopes for the Gimle taking home this battle. Anyways. We're just gonna monitor. I want to follow another of the Arcoballista shells, so I was just monitoring them fire, because you have to react so fast. They are rail assist cannons, so they are firepower and railgun. Oh, we are starting to tilt a little bit here. Oh. Ooh. And there, it gets destroyed. It almost gets shot through the entire ship here. Alright, so we're tilting a little bit here. Looks like we had some damage. I didn't check that. did we have a case of not EMP insulated weapon controllers, perhaps? Because the Gimle does that. We have some EMP here and there. This one is very sad. Let me guess. This has been ammo-racked, has it? No? It has not. It just has lost the connection. Okay. So in this particular case, I'm gonna post it was the turret next then, most likely, getting damaged. Looks like the caliber, you can see it's very, looks like the connections to the rest of the gun is severed. Somewhere in here, probably. You can see we're going up here. And we're snaking... What? Since I don't know how it looked before, I'm not gonna sit there and look all day. But that's what I think was happening. We're going to... Oh! The lamps are working hard to get it out of here. Very interesting. And we have the piss color laser, oh my god. Anyways. Looks like... Oh, these are not real trackers. I think the Yamato is having some detection problems now, most likely. It's still at 84%. But you can see it has very few weapon systems that are actually alive. And now it almost feels like the simple weapons are doing some of the heavy lifting, which is not great. All right. Next swarm coming in there. So the Gimle's laser, they're absolutely a-okay. They're dealing damage now instead, and the Gimle has stayed for 87% for quite some time now. Yeah, here we have more disabled turrets, so the Yamato isn't doing very great. We have like the laser system is still alive, and we have a cram system that is mostly alive. The issue with this cram system is that it has absolutely no business getting through to the Gimle, because we have the first line of our SpeedX interceptors, which is set up to target crams in a pretty good way, and fast missiles. Then we have LAMs and diff civs as a last defense. We even have a little kinetic civs cannon here, which seems to be stuck because of a failsafe, or this is ammo-racked, because on this type of gun you can't have... Oh, it actually looks like this just got stuck. Sad thing. Well, 80% versus 87%, but as you can see, the Gimle had a higher armor percentage, and usually having too much armor is not a good idea. But yeah, that's not the marker for a winning design usually, that it has more armor than weapons. But I guess Gimle has armor in the right places, so we can see that the guns are not hurt. And you know, it is a very hard game. It took so many hours for me to learn everything that I learned from now, so it's not that I'm too surprised. I just had no idea how much time our Frogman has been spent in Designer or not. You know, I don't have it on Steam, so I can see his playtime. Anyways, it's very fun to test this out and pitch it against the Gimle. And if you haven't watched Martin Cetopants, then he does a very funny, like high-pitched, high-energy comical content, and he's been doing some From the Depth content. I think he made the first really popular video in From the Depth called like Somali Pirate Simulator or something like that, which got a lot of popularity. In any case, so I don't. So he has been playing the game for a while, but he's, I guess, more of a comedian. That's probably what I would describe. So yeah, if you want some really funny memes and high energy content, you should definitely check it out if you haven't already. And I do think on the workshop I saw this Yamato and I saw an older Yamato, so I think this might be an upgraded version of that older one, possibly. Alright, we lost another big turret there. So, ooh, we're shooting blanks. This can happen with cram cannons. They can accidentally start shooting blanks if they're too hurt. Ah, poor thing. At this point, the Yamato has basically no chance of winning this. It has no way to deal damage, so it's... yeah. While we're watching the Yamato burn, before we are going to the next battle, we are going to enjoy this graphics and just say huge thanks to our upper level commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM supporting the channel every month at Patreon. Commodore Owen, Commander Modern, Lieutenants and/or Cravey, Drew, Kandobetta, I'm gonna learn your name better in the future, Flauros Dagon, you too, Powered by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Proel and Scooby Rocks. Thanks for supporting the channel every month, it helps so much. Also, thanks to our YouTube members, you can see their names listed below this video in a little section, and they will have a little badge on their name too, showing that they are a YouTube member. And YouTube members get early access to my videos if you want to become that. Then there is the Ministry of GMODISM, which I will talk about some other time, because it's not entirely set up. If you are new, by the way, I will just show you this cool little trick. You go into Options, and then you click the Boost My Performance, and then you go down here and you select Use Recommended Light Intensities. That's the only thing you need to do. Now you're in Fast Graphics mode, which is good for really big battles. And reversely, when you want stuff to look good, you just go in here, you select Max Quality, and click Use Recommended Light Intensities, and you're good to go. That's all you need to do. So honestly, this is the two only settings you will need, the only two quality options you'll need for most gaming systems. Most recently new systems can run the game at maximum when not looking at really big things. So in campaign and building, smaller things, most people can run that. And then most people need to run it at extreme, the lowest settings, to be able to have big battles like this. You can check the game speed. If you click F4, you can see it's 0.86. So that's basically almost full speed of the game, which is very good for a ship this size. It's lagging surprisingly little, I will say that. Well, the Yamato is at 63% just now. We will need to assume that it will lose. I will update you in a little while. I will stay with the battle for some time more, but I think we've seen enough. You know what's a really fun from the depth fact, by the way? This ammo-looking bottle would be 67mm. So imagine if this is 67mm, imagine how the common 500mm shells are. Think about that. And that 60mm is considered like small shells. It's absolutely insane. I don't think there is any other game that does big scale combat like From the Depth does. Oh yeah, probably Warhammer 40k, but none of them are building games, so within building games, I mean. And there we are, 55 point... Next hit, there. We can now officially conclude that the Gimle has won the first battle. This is the point where we are allowed to end the battle, or when it's gone 15 minutes. Anyways, let's go to round 2 and see if the Gimle is as lucky next time, or not. What the hell? Oh man, I didn't know it was this old. So, the Yamato uses APS parts with set gauges as decoration blocks. Ooh, man, it doesn't use mimics. This is so old. I didn't know that. I thought it was kinda... But this has to be mimics, right? Or is this also some kind of weird... Man, I don't know. That's absolutely crazy. Yeah, okay, so the wires are actual blocks. I think this ship needs a little bit of an update. Let us indeed, anyways, take a good look at what's happening here. So, I just want to see the first swarm of shells coming here, and they get destroyed here. Now we need to look at what's happening. The Gimle's first barrage totally missed. Look at that. It kind of usually does that, which is very annoying. Ooh. We're having some scary penetrators going on here. Now, it is definitely the case that we should probably have watched the first battle in quick mode like this, because obviously we're already slowing down our game speed. Let's see here. We're kind of at 80%, that's nice. The Gimle has some shenanigans to make it sure it doesn't lag more than necessary, like utilizing, not utilizing water or helium pumps. That's a big performance booster. Because when you have that, the CPU has to calculate the volume all the time, to calculate the added buoyancy, which does lag a lot because it introduces some micro stutters, so maybe it doesn't lag a lot, it's just super annoying. And I don't think the Yamato has a lot of air pumps either, because I'm not getting so much of that micro stutters, so that's really great. Alright, we are burning in the back here, pretty hardcore. Oh, look at that! The Gimle has a big portion of like ammunition and fuel in the back here. I will just say this, the Gimle is not optimized for the fire update. So when it comes to fire, it performs pretty poorly. Well, hopefully it's gonna perform good enough. Oh! No, I thought we had a damaged Arqueballista barrel. We did not. Alright. Ooh, we got some lag there. Oh, damn. We got a pretty bad hit inside of the Gimle here. We need to check that out. Oh, yeah. We had an entire engine getting blown up here. That's a big damage. That was probably the lag spike. When a lot of blocks are destroyed, we're usually getting some lag. Alright. But the game speed is running pretty good, so the Yamato is in the lead now. We're gonna see if this lead will last or not. And we're probably going to... I think we need to lock on to... Oh no. The new camera can sometimes be a little bit annoying. Lock on to this thing. That's how fast it goes, by the way, when we don't watch in slow motion. So it went through a cram turret. Yeah, didn't do much damage, thanks to the Tetris setup here. I think it's probably fine, but if it shoots at a turret that has enough gunpowder or payload to ammo rack it, it would absolutely be completely ammo racked there. Alright. 92% versus 92. We're starting like really equal. So very interesting. I have so many ideas to upgrade the Gimle to make it better, by the way. But we had a lot of people sending in submissions, and of course, all of those submissions need to meet the same version of the Gimle. There's like one exception I had to fix, that an update broke it, but otherwise it is the Gimle Mark 1 as intended and built before. Now I don't know what I locked onto. Oh my, we're starting to tilt here. Looks like our cram cannon is setting fire. No, that's our laser setting fire to the cram cannon, I mean. And our Vigoletta marksman is targeting hot blocks. There's probably some shields inside of there. I think the Yamato's shields are invisible, so we can't see exactly where they are. Oh! And there we have some stuff going on there. Very nice indeed. Got a good swarm of cram shells coming in. 89%, but the Gimle is at 88. Looks like the Yamato has a really hard time turning around here. It's... yeah. It's very slow in turning. It's a very non-maneuverable design. You can see the main problem with the Yamato's crams is that they are so much put into explosive pellets, so it doesn't have enough to provide like the health needed, which is not great. Alright. But if the Gimle would not have a competent LAM system, or any diff civs, or civ scans at all for that matter, because here we have a civ scanning shooting down incoming crams as well. As soon as we have crams available, it will shoot. It will shoot them. So very small shells here. As we can see, if we kind of lock on. I couldn't do that, but whatever. Ah, and our Speedex is doing a pretty good job at shooting down the crams as well. Some are getting through. That is true, but it's so few, it's hardly a problem. The Yamato is down to 84%. What happened? It had to have lost the main turret here. Scary stuff. And when it comes to the Yamato, I think it has too much spent on the high explosives for the crams. High explosive only goes that far. 180 frag is what you want with timed laser fuses. That doesn't even a Gimle has. That's something I learned recently. And that's the cool thing with From the Depth. You always learn new things. 82 versus 87. You know what? It looks like the Gimle will be perfectly able to beat Funny Frogman's Yamato at less than half the cost of it. Very nice, very nice. I did think that initially, but... ooh! Look at that! There we had some explosion. I did think that initially, but you never know, because looking at the firepower of the Yamato, I kind of thought that, oh, it's probably not gonna win, right? It makes me think. I have a pretty old battleship that's not very good or optimized. It costs even less than the Gimle at 1.8 million, called the Draconia. Should we make a video where we pitch the Yamato against the Draconia and see if the Draconia, which is I think 2 years old, that ship, so it was just before I started to learn a lot of the tricks making better ships. So it's gonna be interesting. Do you want me to make a video with the Draconia versus Martin Sitopan's Yamato? In that case, like the video and I will see that. Actually, post me a comment about that. That's even better. If you don't dare to like the video. Maybe you should like the video anyways. That will make me happy. 78% yes, yeah. I think there is not much going back from here. Now, the laser is of course providing some damage, so there is that, but I hardly think that this will turn around. Ugh. Looking at those fragmentations, they're like flying everywhere. Now they hit much of the laser systems too. Oh, by the way, the Gimle has a lot strong armor because the Gimle is set up as being a one-sider, so it prefers to face the right side towards the enemy. So there is where it has most of its armor actually. So that's a little trick too. If you want to make a broadsiding ship that has better performance, it can be better to make them have the one side against the enemy, and then you can put some extra armor there. Like for example, if you have a backstaggered era across the entire ship, you're gonna reach a high block count and it's gonna lag pretty bad. But if you have it on only one side and where it matters, like the Gimle has, you will not reach that super high block count and it will lag so much less. A little tip. Man, this battle just goes so much faster when we're having full speed here. Thanks to a lower set of requirements for the system there. Anyways, if you want to see some of the old Gimle battles, they are of course in the big Battleship playlist, which you can check out to see a lot of the old battles. You find some pretty cool ones there. I probably need to face some of my own favorites against the Yamato. Would be cool, like the Turtle Lord made by Setup. That would be cool to see. Also, if you want some 24/7 entertainment, I put together all of my old tournaments and most of the Gimle battles and Slabman Challenge, Filke Challenge, Space Tournament, Land Tournament, 50k Ship Tournament, all of that. I made a super long video that's like weeks long, which is rolling 24/7 on the GMODISM channel. You'll find a link to it on the end screen. Oh, and I also tried out making some relaxing from the depth content on the Relaxism channel. If you want to see that on my ASMR channel, it'll also be on the end screen of this video. Well, looks like we're shooting blanks. No, there we actually got the shell away there, but most of the cram barrels are shooting blanks there. Poor thing. Oh yeah, we have so few weapon systems alive now. 69. A health of 69. I don't know how many repair bots we're having here actually. That could be pretty interesting to check out. How many repair bots does the Yamato have? Because it seems to be regenerating in a decent amount, but it hasn't run out of materials. For the Gimle battles, I had a set max repair bots, or maybe no repair bots. No, I think it was 2. I think 2 was the max. Most tournament organizers have like 0 repair bots allowed, which I might do for future battles too. And if you are wondering about the instant tutorials, I've gotten that suggestion so many times. So I will just say, yes, I am in the process of remaking a lot of the old instant tutorials. The armor APS tutorial is pretty new though, so they are, and beginner's ship guide, they're very new, so they're much recommended. We have, I think my most popular from the depth video is a general beginner's guide. Thanks to Funny Frogman, it got a lot of watch time lately. And that is also in a process of remaking it, because it's a bit old, you know? It's like several years old. So I'm gonna make a beginner's all-inclusive guide for 2025, which will be basically in a few days, but we'll see when that video comes out. I'll need to do some research and make sure everything is good and edit it, record it, edit, and stuff like that. So it might take some time. Well, if you're watching this thanks to our funny frogman, Martin Zitopants, I will say very much welcome to you. I make some tutorials and stuff. You may want to subscribe if you want some tips, tricks, and big ship battles. Also, if you are usually tuning in to Martin Zitopants streams, say hello from me, and thanks a lot for bringing so many new players to this game. That is definitely very awesome of Martin to bring so many new players to From the Depth. It has been real fun to see all these people drop into my GMODIST's Discord server, where we talk from the depth and some other stuff. It has been super fun seeing that. So, yeah, definitely. Say hello from me. It has been awesome to check out. Wonder what these green lines that have appeared are? I may need to... what's happening here? What the hell? Why? Why do we have green... What did I click on now? It's supposed to be like that? What did I do? Well, whatever. Probably some stupid shortcut I shouldn't have pressed on. Getting used to the camera. Well, whatever. Here we can see the Yamato is very sad. It seems to have no weapons. And possibly also no engine power. Not much left. Yeah, it's definitely very dead, you know. I think we conclude that the Gimle, the army of GMODISM's battleship, Gimle-class, is the victor against the Yamato 2-to-1 scale build.
Well. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you did enjoy this video. If you did, please leave it a like and do stay tuned for future videos. Do also check out GMODISM.com to see our merch and this is probably more fun and some stuff like that, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. We have the other channels and the live streaming options here, the GMODIST Relaxism channel and Twitch. Anyways, this is your host Eric, and I'm signing out.